Nope, you're not first. Alien Destination beat you by that much. Like literally almost simultaneous, but he beat you by that much. Halo 1 Light. I know what you're talking about. Let me look at it. I see the Halo Light. Here's the Halo 1 Pro, Halo 1 Plus. Pretty good, Alien Destination. I don't see a Halo 1 Light. I see a Halo Light 8.9 inch. Let me pop the chat out and stuff. Hang on. Come on, pop out chat. Come on. Live. Put that there. Pop this out. Put it down here. Actually, we'll put this up here. Put this here. That's it, the 8.9. Okay. Now I'm cleaning up my screen. Put you over here like that. Okay. Oh, here's a Halo 1. Halo Light. 8.9. Well, 8.9 is good. 192 by 120 by 200 is a decent build volume. It is a monochrome screen. That's good. It's 4K. That's good. I wonder what 1 to 4 layer contact curing resin. I wonder what that means. That poor cat. Hello, Colin. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, yawn. I completely covered that rocket in stickers. Nice 5-inch screen. Says there's Wi-Fi control. I don't know how locked down that is, but that's potentially a good thing. Yeah, seems fine. I mean, $200, monochrome screen, 4K, decent build volume for a resin printer, and it looks like it's got a linear rail for the Z. Looks like a decent metal platform. I tend to like these wraparound necks, where the, as you can see here, the let me switch to a bigger view for you. There we go. This seriously. So this where it's a square shaft and the plate is this big wraparound thing that wraps around the entire shaft. Those tend to be really stable. I'm not a fan of the ball joints, so I like that. Hi, baby. Yeah, she's making you wait for food, isn't she? He's hollering at her because he wants to be fed. Yeah, I don't see any problem with it. It seems fine to me. Resin printers are pretty simple machines. It's basically a vat, a plate, and a UV light. So the most important things. It's something different. It's really annoying. I actually got to call the doctor and ask him about it. See if there's anything I could do about it. Um, at night, you know how you get the crusties on your eyes, where your eyes get real crusty like. Um, well, mine form crystalline deposits on my eyelashes, and I call them razor blades because if I make the mistake of rubbing them out of my eye with my hands, they shred my face, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing all the shredded skin around my face because the razor blades that form in the middle of the night around my eyes. And then I wake up and I go like that and I rub my eyes, and of course I'm shoving the razor blades into my skin. Yeah, it's particularly aggravating, and I don't know what's causing it. The only solution that does anything so far is that I cannot touch my eyes. I have to use water. If I use water, it dissolves the crystalline formations, and then I can wash them out. But it's really, I can see something there actually. It makes my eyes all puffy and red because I just shredded my face on rubbing it. And the only thing I could do is keep a wet rag next to my bed at night, and I have to keep, batting my eyes to melt and dissolve the almost like salt crystals. It's really, really, really aggravating because it's painful. It hurts. Like right now, my face, all of this just hurts. And I have to not touch it because, you want to rub it. And of course, all you're going to do is you're going to drive the crystalline formations into your skin, which makes it worse. Hey, Colin. What's the hell one? Do I have that one? I'm not sure. I might have that one. It might be that one right there. Today we are going to play with the Mingda X2, the Magician X2. See, I'm trying to rub it again. I got to stop. I got to use something clean to dab it and absorb whatever the hell this fluid is coming out of my eyes. I'm assuming it's some form of biological combat that, my immune system is fighting something. And one of the results is it excretes, this fluid out of my eyes. And the problem is at night that fluid crystallizes into formations. And those crystals are very, very sharp. They cut the shit out of me. So Mingda sent me the Magician X2. Actually, that's the X. I have the X2. I thought that was it. That's not it. So the X2 might not be available on Amazon yet. The belt printers in general, are they worth picking up? Yes. No. The answer's both. It depends. So first of all, the Creality belt printer is a freaking tank. It is a brick shit house. It's incredibly well built. It's very, very well built. Aligning the belt can be a little bit annoying because it wants to drift, and it's pretty hard to keep it from drifting. But it's otherwise. Come on, cat, get down. No, no, no. I'm tired of you making a mess. Ugh, cat. um, hey, I need to stop the excretions. Is what I need to figure out how to stop these excretions from occurring that form these razor blades. The I got plenty of tea bags too. I love tea, so I got thousands of tea bags. Um, There it is. That's the new one. There's a few companies that have a belt printer similar to the Creality one. I think it's my suspicion is that it's an allergy reaction to the dry environment I live in. What's that? Something in there. But because it happens this time of year, so I suspect it's environmental. Um the Yep, I got a printer. So Mingda sent me the Magician X2, which we are going to be building today and playing around with. So the belt printer. You're printing at a 45-degree angle, which means you are limited and specific in what you can print with a printer like that. You know, there are some things you just can't print at a 45-degree angle, or you can, but it won't be quite right. So, if what you want to do is specifically compatible with the belt printer, then yes, absolutely. It's a bulletproof machine. It's incredibly well built. And but for example, if you want to print, vase mode stuff, that's not going to work so well. So like for example, I can't print my rocket parts with it because those parts need to be printed vertically. But for example, if you want to print cosplay stuff like swords and staffs and stuff like that, it's pretty interesting what you can do with it. I'm going to be throwing a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on mine so that I can print some, hey Matt, so I can print some durable household parts. So for example, some of the things that I plan to use mine for is to print sections of gutter, print trim, like crown molding trim for the house, stuff like that. I've already printed some samples of quarter round trim that came out pretty good. The advantage is you can theoretically make an unlimited length. So as long as whatever you want to print is 45-degree compatible, and as long as it fits within like the 180 by 180 build volume of the machine, then you can theoretically, as long as you keep feeding it plastic, you can print as long as you want. Now that the warm weather is returning, I plan to take advantage of my roller beds. I have two 10-foot roller beds out back because this printer is going to have to be set up outdoors for now until I can, make an indoor space in one of the containers. But I'll be able to print onto two 10-foot roller beds. So I'll be able to print something 30 feet long and be able to support it. So that's pretty neat. I'm not going to print all the gutters for the house simply because gutters are incredibly cheap, and I didn't realize just how cheap they were. We're talking, $5 for 10 foot. The electricity alone will cost me more than that. I'll probably print a small section of gutter, like a 20-foot section for the carport roof here, just to do it, just because. Why not? I have the ability to, so I'm going to anyway. But yeah, if you want to, if you have a need to print things that are long, then it's a very niche printer. So it's not the kind of printer you buy to print everyday items. You're not going to print things like this on a belt printer. It's kind of pointless. Well, I guess you can, but it's kind of silly. But if you want to print some unusual long things like staffs, swords, cosplay weapons, things around the house that need to be long, stuff like that, it has interesting potential. So it all depends on if you need that. Now, if you have the money and you just want to tinker, yeah, it's cool. It's fun to tinker with stuff like that. But if you want to spend your money, wisely, and buy something you're going to actually use, well, then you have to decide whether it fits that niche, whether you have a niche use case that printer can work with. I would love to get one of the 3D belt printer conversion kits that converts an Ender 3 to a belt printer because they have a 90-degree belt printer. The advantage of 90 degrees is I can print things like my rocket tubes, then move and print another one, and move, print another one. So I could load a 10-kilogram roll of filament into it and just say, go. Come back in a couple of weeks and have a pile of body tubes. First thing I would do is tear apart a CR10 to convert it to 400 millimeter tall. But that's what I would like to play with. So it all depends on what your use case is, what you have a need for. It's a very niche printer for specific use cases. If you have a need for that specific use case, yes, it's a badass machine. It really is a tank. You could probably, not literally, but you could probably chuck that thing out a window and it would kill whatever's at the bottom of the window and the printer would be fine. It's really, really well built. Hello, Matt. Hi. FFS, is that for fuck's sake? Like, what are you trying to say with FFS? Looks like our connection is stable. We haven't lost anything yet, so that's good. Comcast will leave me alone today. It put high. Oh, headphones or something? Okay, make sure I'm not going to expose anything. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, the voice to text is not creating the errors. The speech recognition is fine. It's the well, at least with Google. I noticed a lot of the times I think they're trying to train their AIs, they're trying to train their algorithms. And they get it wrong a lot. Because I have had it where it will understand what I said. I will see the correct words on the screen. And then as I'm hitting the send key, I see it change the words to something else. So I think the voice engine is putting the words I say, and then they're got stuff on me. And then they're applying contextual awareness to the words to try to figure out what it thinks I meant to say instead of putting what I actually said. And the problem is this creates some serious problems when you're having arguments on the internet, because many times it will reverse what you said. It will put down the opposite of what you said, such as changing not to now or now to not. Which can create interesting problems if you don't catch it when it does that.
Your light.
Where'd that come from?
It was on the floor back there.
What?
On the floor in the hall.
Oh, it must have fell off the printer when I was carrying the printer back. They are hungry.
I know. Now your phone's beeping.
Yeah, because the message got left from whatever scammer was trying to call me.
Or Logan.
It wasn't Logan, it was a scammer.
Couldn't open my right eye, Chris.
Mm-hmm.
I got those crystals like you did.
Yeah, I'm live, Michelle.
Oh, sorry.
Be careful what you say, that's all. Jerry said hello.
Bill?
Jerry said hello.
Hello.
So the one nice thing they did is this one has automatic bed leveling. It has a flex plate, and it has a slightly bigger than normal build volume, 230 by 230 by 260, which is nice. It's always nice to make it a little bit bigger. Oh, interesting. This one uses white foam. Okay. Don't touch the Z-axis lead screw when taking out the gantry from the package. Probably because it's covered in grease. Don't lift the hotbed holder directly. Okay. Don't squish the connectors. Don't drop the extruder assembly. Good basic advice. After installation, please check for loose cables.
Yes, baby. You're my baby too. Sure.
Looks like they have specific start and NG code they want you to use. Okay. Decent advice, decent basic advice. Interesting. This is not something I've seen before in a printer. So this has got white foam inside and an outer and inner shell. This part comes open. That is something new. I mean, as long as it works. I would think this is expensive because this looks like it's really nicely made in here.
What kind of printer is it?
A 3D printer, Michelle.
I know that.
Well, what else do you want me to say?
You got editors.
It's a 3D printer.
What kind of?
A 3D printer!
What name is it? Like, you got editors.
Michelle, stop. Just stop. I mean, what else can you say? There's only two kinds of 3D printers, resin and FDM.
Well, you got editors and...
They're all the same thing.
I don't know this.
But I keep telling you, and you keep arguing with me.
I'm not arguing with you.
Yes, you are.
Haven't been up long.
So we are seeing nicely well packaged. Definitely grease on the leaf strike. I can see the little bits of foam getting stuck to it. Oh, toolkit. Nice little box. Hey, Mingda. Sticker. What about a Mingda Magician X2 sticker right there? That'd be nice. Power cable. Oh, come on. Really? I thought we were done with this crap. With these stupid little sample spools. Come on. At least include a 250-gram spool. Come on. You know you can. A snap-in spool holder. They actually made a mold for that. That's not printed. That's actually molded. Nice. There we go. So this looks like the hot end assembly. If I extract it from the plastic, I will show you. So there is our hot end assembly. It's lighter than I would have expected considering how big it is. This is pretty big. So how does it auto level? I don't see a probe or anything. It's got a pretty substantial breakout board here. Like there's actually components on there. You know, capacitors, transformers. So I'm not sure what they're doing with that. Yeah, the lead screws have lubrication on them. That's why they tell you not to touch it. So it looks like two cooling fans here. So you got a double cooling fan array there. Then here's your parts cooler. This one doesn't use a duct. Instead, they just angle the entire fan, and then the output of the fan just blows directly onto your part. In theory, that could be good. Standard E3D style nozzle. Nice little sock around it. Nice small print head. I like that. I like how small that print head is. If you were to... Oh, it's got another cooler. Oh, it's double cooling. Okay. So it has a directed cooler here with a duct. And then it has a wide open cooler here. I wonder if it's supposed to have a duct and it's missing. Interesting setup. So there's 4 fans on the hot end assembly. You have the 2 cooling fans to cool the hot end itself. And then you have the 2 blowers. They're both, these are 30-30-10s. These are 40-40-10s. Then you have the blower, one here with a duct aimed right at the nozzle tip. And then here looks like a general blower, just blowing in general. But you can never have too much cooling, so I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, make a sticker like that and put it on your box. You do have exposure to the to release the hot end here, filament entry here. That's how it attaches to your carriage assembly. It's interesting that it has such a substantial circuit board here. Like, you can actually see there's components in there. Like, there's actually something to that circuit board. It's not a simple breakout board. Huh. Looks like 1, 2, 3 screws would allow us to disassemble this hot end. We're probably going to do that. We're going to take that hot end apart and see what's in there. Why would you do that? Why would you mess with me? I will bite you. That's always the answer. Bite. Do something wrong, you get bit. You annoy me, you get bitten. Okay. I will show this to you after I get everything pulled out. So we have room. Okay. Anything else in here? Nothing else in here. They spent some cash to make this foam packaging, that's for sure. One of the wheels came off. This happens a lot in shipping, where one of your bed wheels will loosen itself in the shipping process. Any more? Oh yeah, we got a whole bunch of looseness in there. I don't see nothing else in there. Anything below the foam? Nope. Nothing in the bottom there. Okay. Interesting. There is a... Well, that's interesting. There's a molded in... Let me get you closer here. There's a molded in SD card and USB slot here that aren't used. So this is for something else. Here is our... Why is this... This should be going out more? It is. Okay. We're good. Okay. So you have your full-size USB port, your SD card slot, full-size SD card, and a USB-C port. That's actually pretty nice to see. Now, I heard something moving. Oh. Oh yeah, this is all goofy. Oh, okay. The what came loose was the tensioner. There it is. That's what came loose in the packaging. So I'll show you guys that. So the tensioner, that is what came loose. But I don't, doesn't seem, there it goes. Doesn't seem to want to come out. Quite a few. How do I get this to pop through here? Like, it's something's like stopping it. Just stopped right there. Why won't it come out anymore? Like, what's stopping it from popping out any more than it is? There we go. Got it. Oh, it did not have a good bite. Here it goes. That's what came off. The knob for the tensioner. Oh, that's good. There we go. Now, some of this is just molded plastic, which is not always the nicest thing in the world, but in this case, I like it. Let me get you in here. So some of the things that I like here are all these molded caps that cover up these ends so nothing can grab and you don't see it. Makes it look nicer, but it's also simple. 2 screws and that cap comes off. It's molded right into the frame of the machine to align the gantry when it slides into here. You know, you can see through here, you can see the extrusion inside there. This is your connection that's going to go to your hot end. So that's your unified cable connector that goes to that breakout board. They even have, well, they have, looks like they have good strain relief for the hot end, the heat bed here. So you can see there's a big, beefy strain relief on here to a nice protected cable. And it's kind of, this cable acts kind of like a cable chain. Let me switch views here. This is the wrong view. There we go. That's more like it. So we're probably going to have to do that. Okay. So this will kind of act like a cable chain, and that's one hell of a strain relief. That's a good thing. We like to see that. Nice beefy clip. And there's a channel molded into the plastic shell. This decorative plastic shell is actually functional. So this is the Magician X2 from Mingda. It also means that these cables are going to be, oh, look at this. Okay, so they did a few nice things here. The plastic shell is also going to be gentle to these cables, so they're not going to chafe as much. And there's also heat shrink tubing on the wire itself here. We can't easily see that. There we go. So there's heat shrink tubing on this as well to act as more strain relief and abrasion resistance. I like that. This should make it pretty easy to align and install the gantry. So you can see there's the bolt hole that's going to come through the frame into your gantry. I have this link. It looks like it's not on Amazon yet. At first I thought this was it, and I realized, oh no, that's not it. That's a completely different machine. So for now, here is the link to it on their website. Yeah, look, oh, here's that looks like it right there. Oh, that's the max. Hey, Mingda, send me the max. I want the max. That's Magician X. That's not the Magician X2. Is there any difference? Little things like having these molded in Protective shell covers. Looks like 4 screws and that'll come off to protect the stepper motor inside here. Keeps fingers out of there. I like that. End caps. A lot of finishing. I like finishing. That's not a bad thing. I'm guessing that is a the optical or Hall effect end stop. That looks like an end stop. That looks like an end stop. I hope this is dual end stop. That would be nice if it is dual end stop. I'm thinking these might be the end stops. I'm hoping they are, because that would mean dual end stop. Not as critical on a smaller printer like this, but still nice to see. Yeah, it's weird. It's like they must be using this for multiple machines, because those aren't used. They're on the front here. So that's interesting. By the way, Mingda, this is a bad idea. All right, don't do this. Don't use these top ports ever, because that's just asking for stuff to fall in. You're just asking to clog things up like that, so that's not a good idea to do that. Let's check the bottom. Is it sealed? Yes, it is. So we would have to unscrew all of this to get into here. And while the outside is plasticky, it is a extruded frame inside. So I don't anticipate a problem with that. This looks like it should just snap into place like that. That just clicks into place right there. Now, does that screw in? Yes, it does. There are actually holes to screw in that bed connector to get a good solid joint. I like that. That's good. How do you? Oh, there it is. I was a little annoyed at first because there's no tab to remove the flex plate. You know, the little piece that sticks out to allow you to grip it, but it's actually right here. So the bed itself has a cutout right here, and you can see it's marked on their plate, and you just pick it up by that. And it is an actual steel plate. Textured PEI. This should sit like that. Oh, nice. That snaps in nicely. Nice and strong, too. That's a strong magnet. Jesus. Okay. Let's look at the gantry. So here is our gantry for the X2. The white stuff is just foam from the packaging, so nothing to worry about there. Okay. Here's your unified connector. They're actually, now this is something I actually kind of dig. I like this. If you know the artillery machines and a couple of others, I don't know. And the cut is on both sides. You see there's a second divot on this side. They cover everything up with plastic shrouds, which I find unnecessary, but if people want a finished, nice looking product, I can see why they do that. So they use ribbon cables like artillery and stuff like that use, except these are using standard ribbon cables. They're not using those ultra thin, really, the foam is on my face. They're not using those thin, I don't know what you call them, but they're like paper thin plastic, very delicate. They have ziff sockets to put the ribbons into. This is using the like floppy drive, hard drive ribbon cable. Much sturdier, much more durable connectors on the ends. So this is the entire trolley assembly. That's interesting. So that was holding this cable down. Seriously. So this is your carriage assembly. Okay, I see. Nice beefy belt connection there. That belt is, could use a little tightening, maybe. I'm gonna leave it alone, but it's not loose. Oh no, it's good. Got a little twang. Hold down. There's a channel molded into this. Is that aluminum? I think that's aluminum. Jesus. Must be plastic. So this sits behind a channel. It's all flush behind this channel so it doesn't get captured by the carriage and snagged. Okay. Interesting. Now, what actually goes into... It's using 20/40 rails for the side. It's using a 60/20 rail for the x-axis. There's some kind of a bolt assembly here. Nothing in there, but there's one in here. I wonder what that is. It's definitely a grub screw of some sort. It looks like I see the foam inside of here. That's the only bad thing about the white foam, is that if any of it gets shredded, it gets everywhere. There we go. It looks like they even put a thermal pad between the stepper and the frame to create, I don't know if that's for noise canceling or if that's for heat conduction, to use the frame to help with cooling. I'm pretty sure those are end stops, because here is a pin that looks like it would enter what I think is an end stop on the base, and there's one over here as well on the other side. Nice. See, this is all plastic, but it looks very well molded. Solid split half couplers. I like that. So it's not using the Springo ones that are not that great. This is all foam from the packaging. No big deal. Now, the only thing I don't like is that the top is plastic. So the top of the machine is all plastic. The actual bridge, this whole thing here is all plastic. I mean, it's well built plastic. It is stiff. You can see it's got molded in framework. So you see the cells here. That's going to make this part very, very stiff. So it's probably more than good enough. To be fair, most modern 3D printers are overbuilt to an extreme. Looks like these are the sockets for your spool holder. And there's two of them, so you can put it on either side. Handle in the middle for carrying. Most of these machines are strong enough that you can carry them by that handle without a problem. Okay. Let's see what the instruction, what do we get in the toolbox? Yes, this is direct drive. It says it's dual drive gear. It's that standard Bondtech clone, I believe. It looks like that standard Bondtech clone that you see in a lot of printers, so it's a dual drive gear. What do we get? Let's see, what do we have in the toolbox here? Basic wrench kit. I like the fact that they use longer wrenches. That's nice. I hate when you use super short ones. An actual legit wrench. I'm guessing that these are for the base and that is for the hot end assembly, which we'll get to in a moment. Comes with an extra nozzle. Hey, Mingda, something I'd like to see you guys do. You're including a nozzle. Include a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. A lot of people are learning that the larger nozzles can be very beneficial, and be a little bit ahead of the curve here and include a 0.6. I think people would appreciate that. It's definitely not an Artillery Genius, because I actually have an Artillery Genius right here, and I had no good luck with that. I got one of the early models when they had a lot of problems with the Artillery Genius. I'm assuming they've corrected it by now. But yeah, the Genius was not a fun machine. 4 gig SD card. Oh, that's interesting. They have custom labeling. So this side down. So I'm guessing the card inserts upside down. Yes. Okay. That's interesting that they actually put this side down and letting you know it goes in this way. Again, I like the case, but come on, put a sticker on here. Put a magician sticker right there. Mingda Magician right there. Be proud of yourself. Wrench, bolts, extra nozzle, include a 0.6. Yeah, seriously, include a 0.6 with this. We are probably going to need these wrenches. Looks like a very easy assembly, but first I want to take apart this hot end and see what's inside there. It looks like it'll come apart with 3 wrenches. With 3 bolts. I guess this one. Yes. I want to take this plastic cover off. You gotta remember, all these printers are going to be essentially identical. It's going to be minor cosmetic and slight design variation differences between them, but otherwise they're going to be mostly the same. The real deal is how do they implement the different functionality. Like, there's a lot of things I'm seeing that I'm liking so far. First, auto bed leveling that supposedly works, so I'm kind of excited for that. I like the dual drive and direct drive. I don't know. Or the Genius is a spitting image of this. Remember, this is the second iteration of this printer. Okay. I'm curious about what the inside of this looks like. That should be as simple as that. Okay, it's hitting this. I should be able to unscrew this. Yeah. There we go. That should allow me to remove that. Okay. Oh, look at this. It's a plug. Very nice. See, little things like this are a big deal to me. I like seeing plugs so that I can fully detach this. So 3 screws and 1 plug, and this comes off. See, there is your 40-40-10 blower. So that means there are probably screws in here. Yes. So inside here, there are the 2 screws. You can see them. And they go into those plastic towers right there. Oh, did they? Well, the top bar is plastic on the original one, too. The top bar is plastic on the original one, too. I might look into seeing if I can just get rid of this altogether and just keep this piece here to keep the blower, and then just get rid of this shroud altogether, giving me more access to all of this. Okay. I don't need that. RIP headphone users. I probably just blew your eardrums out. So there's your dual drive. So your dual gear right there. Let's see, what do we have in here? Do we have a constrained filament path? We do. Oh, we actually have a nice one. Oh, this might work really well. Okay, let me see if I can get you guys a better view in here. Can I make this bigger? Yes. So here's some things that I like. So you have your dual gear, and you have your machined. This is like a wedge. This is a wedge shape right here. And that wedge shape goes up in between the two drive gears here, and there's your filament path. And you have a similar one up here, which means this should be very TPU friendly. Depending on how much slop there is around this opening. If this path is very well constrained, and it looks like it is, you can see it's actually up in between the two gears. So as long as that path is nice and tight, this should be very TPU friendly. That will be fun, because I've been wanting to play around with some really soft TPU. Oh, that board is not nearly as complex as I thought. What I thought was a capacitor is just a connector. So this is just a breakout board. That's good, because that's what I want to see, a nice simple breakout board. So your ribbon cable connects here, and then you have your breakouts. Let me turn down the brightness. No, that's not it. There we go. So you have your breakout board there. Are they marked? Yeah, it looks like it is. That says ABL, so that's your automatic bed leveling. Where does that go? That goes to this. That goes to this board here. Is this using a strain gauge? No. What's this? Oh, that's your filament runout. Okay, so there's your filament runout sensor. Right on top of the hot end, exactly where it belongs. Okay, the good design. So does it say filament runout? Yes. I'm guessing that means filament detect. I don't know. There's no probe. I don't see a probe anywhere. So this is the top end. This is your filament runout sensor. Now, this connection here says ABL. And that goes to this board here. That goes to this board. Oh, no way. I think it's using a contact. I think this is using touch, like Creality uses and like Prusa is now using. So it's going to use a touch off. So it looks to me, and that's why this is going to bolt down. Okay. So I'm guessing that this is, see how you have this little cutout board here? I'm guessing this is a strain gauge of some sort. It's very different from the others, though. Is it detecting the space in between this board and this metal frame? So that when this touches off, I'm guessing this flexes. You know, obviously we can't see it flex, but it looks like it's going to use the actual nozzle as the touch-off point for the bed leveling, which should be fantastic. Okay. Now I'm actually kind of excited about that. That's good. I see why they have two fans. I was wondering, why do they have two fans? And that's because of the direct drive. So one is cooling these veins here. You see that fan is going to be blowing over this and through this. And then the other fan is blowing over the old V5, V6 style heatsink there. Now, are these... These are probably bushing fans, sadly, but what are you going to do? Okay. Yeah, I'm betting this is using some form of a strain gauge. This shape and this sensor pad looks like the kind of thing where it's actually going to detect the nozzle touching the bed. Which is true bed leveling. That's the way it should be. There's no offset, basically. Okay, this is cool. I like this. Nice small motor. This is surprisingly light for its size. How heavy is this? Okay, we are 300 grams. So it looks like the entire hot end is approximately 300 grams. Okay. I can dig it. Let's get this reassembled. I have a whole bunch. Michelle, is that... Oh, it's dim. I wonder why it dimmed. It seems darker in here than it should be. The one light behind the screen dimmed. I don't know why. Okay. Now, the one change I'm probably going to make to this machine is I'm probably going to cut this out. I'm probably just going to get rid of that altogether. If I don't get rid of this entire thing. Oh, yeah. What am I hitting? There it goes. Why doesn't this want to go in? Let me zoom out on this again. Oh, there's a slot. So what am I hitting? There it goes. Okay, this just didn't like being pushed around. Okay. So, the one thing I might do is cut away this to give me a better view of the hot end. I mean, it's not a bad view. They actually have this raise here to help you see the hot end better, but I'm probably going to snip away a little bit of this. Just because I'm weird like that. Okay, that takes care of that. I think the ABL is strain contact. So neither. Okay. Now, is that loose? Is that tight enough? Yeah, I'll put the screw in. It's not a big deal. You could leave this third screw out. It's not really needed, but it's easy access. So I'll put it back in. But yeah, there's a decent chance I'm probably going to remove at least half of this just to give me a better view of the hot end. Okay. Okay. Let's get to assembling. Let's get you an aerial view again. Up here. Screws ready. Get the instructions ready, although it shouldn't be that much for instructions. Filament holder, nozzle, Allen wrenches, wrench, power cable, SD card, filament sample. We have the screws. Looks like there's also a piece of Teflon tube. I'm guessing it's a Teflon lined hot end. So it uses a chunk of Teflon tube like Luke Hatfield used to modify his printers. So it looks like manufacturers are actually starting to use that technique, which is not a bad idea. So these are going to be for the base of the machine. Okay, and then we use the black screws on the sides for reinforcement. Yes. Instructions are quite good. And then we have these two little screws are going to be holding down our bed. And then most likely this is going to hold down the hot end. Yes. Okay. That tells us all we need to know there. Okay. So, first things first, we install the gantry, install the spool holder, connect the wires, connect the bed, secure the bed, connect the stepper motors, install the extruder assembly, and then power up. Okay. Good, clear pictures. Decent instructions. So this should be as simple as these go into the slots on the machine here. Make sure we're not squishing cables here. No, we are not. Okay. I'm betting I can loosely install these just to get them in. Yep. I'm just going to put these in finger. This way these can't fall out while we're playing around with this. Hang on a second. I got to turn on that light. Way too dark here. For some reason that light got dimmed.
Going back to my room.
There we go. Good job. I said, okay. Make something to eat. Much better. Yeah, I don't know why that one light dimmed itself. How dare it do what it's not supposed to do? I say we bite it. So we get these in finger tight. I am just putting these in finger tight so this can't fall out while we do the rest. I'm assuming largest wrench for that, yes. On the bottom here, there's large hole, right? Large hole right there. You can see it lines up with the bottom of the extrusion. And it went right in. Threads are clean, no issues with the threading. Now, the only thing I don't like is because of how deep it is in there, it's in there that deep, you can't use this end of the wrench to really tighten it down, which I prefer to do. Do I have my pliers handy? I do not see my pliers. Oh, there they are. I prefer this connection to be nice and tight. There we go. Okay, nice and tight. Okay, probably the third wrench. Yes. Now we tighten up these. Okay. Here, I'm going to plug in the stepper. Okay. And while I'm here, let's plug in the stepper. Then we tighten up these. An Aladdin reference. I like it. Okay. I want these tight, but not crazy tight since they are plastic. Now let's, is this the same wrench? Yes. Now we do the heat bed connection. Why is that blurry? There we go. What's interesting is that this is actually being bolted down, but these are rubber. So these connections are flexible. So it's secure, but it'll still give. So it's less likely to break. I just felt it hit the brass insert. There it goes. Okay. I like that. That bed connection is nice. Okay. Then we have our connection right here. That is a simple plug it in and done. That's a tight little go. There it is. Okay. That is our unified connection up to here and here. Okay. And the last connection we need to install. Put it over here so you guys can see it. So it looks like there is one connection on the top and one connection on the back. You see that goes through here and here. Okay, there's a welded blind nut right there. Okay. And that one threads into the metal frame here. Boy, that's all it does, huh? That's probably going to be number 4. Yes. I'm going to make this reasonably tight, since this is going to be your probing hot end as well. Then we have our connection here. There it goes. There is our ribbon chain. No problems. One more screw right on the back here. Okay. Okay. All right, spool holder. Okay. That should just slide right on there, I believe. Yep. Just clicks into place. We are going to use a little bit of Azure Blue Prismament. Why can't I figure out how to move this? There we go. So we're going to use some Azure Blue. Oh, that broke. Hopefully we don't have a crossover. The filament broke. Oh yeah, brittle. Let's keep going until we don't have brittle. There we go. There's the clean part. No nippers. Kind of annoyed by that. I'm so used to printers coming with nippers. How dare you not include some? Rawr. Okay. That feels good. Nice and slippery. All right. Apply power and initialize the reactor. Go. We got the Mingda logo on boot up. Let's get down here a little bit. Okay. There we go. I am getting temperatures from both units on the hot end. Yeah, I'm probably definitely going to remove a chunk of this so that I can see the hot end better. Nice clean touchscreen. Is it capacitive or resistive? Okay, it's not registering my finger touch. Oh, wait a minute, that registered that. Let's lick my finger a little bit. I can't tell. It's a very sensitive screen, but I think it's resistive, not capacitive, because this should be sensing my finger touching it. So it's probably resistive, which is fine. Let's go to, let's see what the instructions say. Let's follow the instructions. Okay. Auto leveling. Click on leveling. Hot end 22,150. Bed 2250. Heating, please wait. I think eventually I'm going to get another camera so I can have one aimed at the bed and one aimed at the screen so you guys can see what it says. Now it's interesting. Is a large part of their market Germany? Because these instructions are all English, German. Just so you know, Mingda, the instructions are very good, but it shouldn't be click. It should be tap or touch, since it's a touch screen. Click is what we do with mice. Okay, the hot end is up to temperature. We are waiting for the rest of the machine to come up to temperature. It does not come with a reader. That's kind of annoying. Like, why don't you include a reader? Hey, Michelle, you gonna go to the bathroom before you go to your room? I was hoping you'd grab my rag. It's on the thing next to my bed. Okay, it's doing something. We have something on the hot end here. Yeah, it's definitely doing a touch off. Which is fantastic, by the way. That's the only kind of ABL I like. Where is that reader? I don't have a reader handy. What did I do with that USB reader? Okay, it's finished. I don't have to touch anything. Let's go preheat. Oh, look at this. It has 3 presets for PLA, ABS, and TPU. 210, 75. 75 is a bit high for PLA. 255, 95 for ABS, and 220 and 80 for TPU. Hey, Lightspeed. Can I change it? Because it really doesn't need to be 75. Nozzle, bed. 65 should be plenty. Oh, and I can save it. Nice. Okay. And I can save the presets. Very nice. And it doesn't show you on this screen what it's doing. I know it's doing something because I have stop here. But I have to come back here to see what it's actually doing. Boy, I don't have a USB reader. Boy. What did I do with that USB reader? They did not include a USB drive with the machine. Ah, here's a reader. Yes, USB card reader. Just gotta yank it out. Come on. What are you doing to me? What the hell are you attached to? There we go. Except that I don't have access to a USB port because I'm using the USB port for the audio. So what I think I'm going to have to do... No, that's memory stick. There's SD card. I think I'm going to have to temporarily disconnect the audio, download these files, and then reconnect the audio. So hang on, you might lose my audio. Okay, audio should be back. Yep. So I've downloaded a copy of whatever was on this SD card. Need some lip music. Let's load the filament. Let's try printing what is... Oh, it can do SD and USB drive. Oh. Card inserted. Rabbit. Confirm. Nozzle parked. Resume. I wonder why it felt the need to park the nozzle. Very quiet. Okay. Let's get you guys in here closer. Oh, we are like upside down in crap. Alrighty. Let's transform. Rotate 180. There we go. Okay. Well, it's it's not too often you get a perfect first layer without having to do anything except tell the printer to level itself. So I am immediately pretty impressed because I usually have some pretty bad luck with ABL systems. Me and ABL do not get along. Come on. You have to keep grabbing everything. Actually, I could see that needing to be a tiny bit up. So we are going to lift it up a tiny bit, just 0.1. See how that first layer is good, but you can see it's a little too low. But it has baby stepping. Hopefully it remembers the baby stepping. That looks much better. I sent an email, but it goes to the standard sales at atomicfilament.com. I don't have his personal email. I'm assuming he gets that email. I don't know if somebody else gets it. I'm hoping they'll send me some of their PETG, since I have tons and tons of PLA, and Atomic is one of the few companies that does nice colors in PETG. So they have their Starry Night, their Blood Diamond, and their Rose Metallic. Those are 3 really nice filaments. Okay. Man, we haven't been to Texas Roadhouse in like 6 or 7 years. Yeah, it was a very long time ago. Looks like it's over extruding a tiny bit. You can see how that the nozzle is touching the previous layer when it moves. That's nothing to do with the printer. That's the slice. The fans are surprisingly quiet considering there's 4 of them in there. There are 4 fans in here, so they're surprisingly quiet. I'm not going to keep my hopes up. I'm hoping they're ball bearing fans. They're probably bushing fans. A bushing, unless it's built to very, very high tolerances, they eventually wear, and they allow the fan to wobble.
Oh.
So if you've ever heard me turn on a printer and it starts off at a
Yes.
and then eventually gets quiet,
Mm-hmm.
that's the fan doing a 5,000 RPM wobble around the bushing. We're printing whatever was on the SD card, which is something called Rabbit. So I'm guessing a little model of a rabbit. How much control do I have? Extrude. Unable to extrude while printing. Okay, so that's not what I want. We do have fan speed control. Percentages. Oh, I can control flow. So I'm going to lower the flow 5%. Very responsive touchscreen. Again, that has nothing to do with the printer. That is all to do with whoever sliced this file. While that is printing, what is on the SD card? We have a version of Cura 5.2. We have some PDF files. We have the Rabbit Test G code. Can I turn on my... No, I cannot. Let's add a screen. Add a... Ow. Display capture. I think it's this one. There we go. So there's our little rabbit. That should be a pretty fast print. Mingda, it would also be nice if you include the STL file on the SD card, so that when people are ready to attempt to slice their own file, they can compare it with the one that comes on the card. Not a big deal, just would be nice. Okay, here's a Cura profile. Let's see, notice. What do we have here? Yeah! This is that piece of paper that was inside the printer. Let's go to FAQ. Oh, okay, so this is all basic information. Let's see how good it is. I prefer Simplify 3D, Chad. I still think Simplify 3D does a better job than, well, it definitely does a better job than all other slicers, except Prusa Slicer. They're a pretty close match. For the type of stuff that I do, lots of sequential printing, multi-process printing, I still find Simplify 3D to be substantially superior. Is it superior enough to justify a $200 price tag? That's hard. The problem, I see this from both angles. They can't offer the software for free because the software is their product. Prusa, the software isn't the product. The printer is the product. So they can afford to make the software free. If you are going to do a lot of sequential printing, if you want a slicer that's basically turnkey and just does its job without too much of a headache, if you do a lot of multi-process printing like I do, mixing vase mode and regular mode and changing settings at different layers, I just find Simplify 3D works better. Would I suggest it to a new user? No. Install Prusa Slicer. It's the best of the bunch out there. I haven't tried Orca Slicer yet. It's based on Prusa Slicer, so it should be just as good. I just don't advise anything based on Cura because I do not like Cura. It's a pain in the ass. But yeah. Do I think Prusa Slice? Do I think Simplify 3D is worth it? Yes. But that's with all of my knowledge of using it for the past, 10 years or however long it's been. If I were to start out today, I would probably just use Prusa Slicer. So take from that what you will. Is it a good slicer? Yes. They've already released 2 more updates since 5, just little minor bug fixes. So we'll have to see if they continue to update. As long as they continue to update, I'll continue to support them. But if they try to do this another, 5 years to the next update crap, yeah, that's not gonna fly. So we'll see. We'll see. The 5 upgrade is definitely worth it. Okay. Filament cannot be fed out from the extruder. Filament isn't inserted correctly. There's a YouTube link, although not all these YouTube links are clickable. Hey, Joe. Extruder's clogged. That would be the nozzle's clogged, not the extruder. Extruder's gear is loose. Very good. The 20 pin came loose. The extruder motor can't work. That is basically all the things that could be a problem. While they tell you what the problems could be, most of them, they do not actually tell you what to do about it. So it would be nice. No, that's actually what I like about Prusa Slicer. Prusa Slicer has some back-end intelligence, so you don't have to set every goddamn setting um, like you do with Cura. Orca is Prusa Slicer. Orca is based. It's a fork of Prusa Slicer, so it's easy as simplified 3D because it's based on Prusa Slicer. Um, but most of the settings in Prusa Slicer you don't have to mess with, which is one of the reasons why I think it's decent. It's good. I'm definitely going to have to try Orca. Hey Sean, we are playing with a new printer. We got a Mingda Magician X2. And I have to say, I am somewhat impressed by the fact that I installed, was it 2, 4, 6, 8 screws, pressed auto leveling on the screen, and then pressed print, and it worked. So that's pretty good. It's direct drive, dual gear. It does have a restricted filament path, which means it should work well with TPU. It also has touch off bed leveling. It uses a strain gauge or something similar, so it uses the actual nozzle to touch the bed, and it works. It has a flex steel plate with textured PEI. Now, the only bad thing about the flex plate is that it fits within a shell. So this here makes it captive. Now, the only bad part about that is any replacement flex plate has to be precisely this size. So I can't just grab a random wham bam plate that I might have and slap it on here without trimming this. I would have to trim this plastic to do that. Can I remove that? No. I definitely will. I don't have anything with clipper on it yet. I'm the 3D man. Hello, Amelia and Blake. Remember, your number one job is to torture your mommy and daddy. Power supply fan produces the power. I love the weird English sometimes. Power supply fan produce the noise. Yes, the noise. That's good. Mingda just changed that to produces noise or makes noise. Clean the fan, use lubricating oil. And that goes to a YouTube video. Let's see what that goes to. Is it one of theirs or is it somebody else's? It is one of theirs. I would rather just replace the power supply fan with a ball bearing fan. Let's see. Crushed filament stuck in extruder. Check if it's 1.75. Change the filament. Check if the extruder screw is loose. They keep telling me to check if the extruder screw is loose. Oh, they're talking about this. They're talking about this screw here. Which makes sense. Replace the CNC feeding part? What does that mean? I don't want you to load up the fuck. Why would you do that? Dumbass. Firefox, be dumbass. We have not opened her up yet, but once we're done this print, we're going to tear apart the bottom and see what's inside. I don't want you to play. I just want you to... I guess I have to. Well, that's the weird thing. I use the same file on basically all printers. I very rarely have to change a file between printers. This is just showing how to build the feeder. Huh. I'll have to look over that more carefully at some other time. But they're making an effort to include diagnostics and guidance. So it's good to see them making an effort. But then again, they've been doing this for a couple of years now, so I'd like to see more. Okay. Yeah, this is Azure Blue from Prusament. They do make good filament. Actually, it does. I didn't notice that. Okay, it talks about adjusting the eccentrics. Okay. Looks like 289. Yeah, 289. It's not on Amazon yet, so I don't know what it's going to cost on Amazon. Why did you do that? Um, it's definitely a substantial upgrade over something like an Ender 3. So this has a color touchscreen with decent amount of control, including the ability to control speed, flow, and fan and temperature. Um, Multiple presets that you can all change from the screen, which is nice. Auto bed leveling that actually works. It uses touch off auto bed leveling. Dual gear direct drive extruder that has a constrained filament path, so printing TPU should not be a problem. Assembly is literally 10 minutes. If you're not doing a video like I am, you could probably assemble this printer in 10 minutes. My light went dim again. I don't know why it's doing that. You know what it is? My foot. I must be the remote control must be somewhere down here, and I'm hitting the remote control and it's dimming that light. That, that's annoying. um, Dual blower, direct and area blowers. So the one fan, it has a nozzle to direct the airflow where it needs to be, and the other fan is just blowing everywhere for area cooling, which is actually a good thing. I like that. Um, it's a clean machine, so lots of plastic covers on everything. So you don't really see gears and exposed kinematics. It's all very well enclosed. Nice wide stance on the y-axis. The steel plate with textured PEI, replaceable. This can be, of course, replaced. I like the fact that it uses normal ribbon cables with normal connectors instead of the Ziff um, Mylar ribbon cables, which are very, very delicate. These are a whole lot less delicate. Excellent heat bed connection with what looks like excellent strain relief, including a cable that is fully encapsulated, so it's almost like a cable chain. They put a lot of thought into this. USB-C connection for your computer, full-size SD card slot, and it can also take USB drives. So you could plug either a USB drive or a SD card into the machine. I actually like that a lot. I like having an SD card that is always in the machine that I just leave there for things that I print a lot, and then having the USB drive for, oh, I want to print this now. And I can do that because of having two slots. I really, really like that. That's actually a feature I would like to see more often on printers. Construction is good. 2040 and 3060 rails for the gantry. The top frame is plastic, but it's well made. It's injection molded with cells for rigidity. It's very strong. A decent spool holder, nice and slick. Snaps right into place. What else? That's basically it. They did a good job. These printers are getting to the point where they're pretty refined. I see a light in the hot end, but none of that light makes it down to the bed. You can see this is a little bit of the light that's getting past. So I would like to see them put a light down there. It'd be pretty easy for them to wire one up. So don't go into the light. I shall dominate the light. The light shall be my minion. Let's get something ready. I just saw a thumb drive. Where did I see that thumb drive? Where'd it go? Just freaking saw one. What is this? I don't know what that is. I got plenty more in here. Oh, there's one. That'll work. Let's print one of my parts. I like the rabbit. It's got decent detail. It's big enough to be interesting, but small enough to be a fast print. We're at 25 minutes. Oh, man. Okay. Let's print out something 80 millimeter. I should have that already downloaded. Okay. Can I import a profile from what's on the SD card? Import printer profile. Desktop. I can't import. I thought I could import a profile from a G-code file. Maybe it has to be a... It tells me to use their start and end G-code, but then doesn't tell me it. Yes, I am. I have the Pringles rocket available on the website. The advanced version is going to be available within the next week. I'm finishing up some of the files on it. It's got a lot more files. And then as far as the fully 3D printed rockets, like the ones I took to the show, I'm still waiting for feedback from my beta testers. Once I confirm that the files are flight safe, then I'll start releasing those files. Open with Notepad. Okay, this looks like the start G code. I do like how they have proper marked up code here. That's actually pretty nice. Like it tells you what each thing is. Version 5. I think they're at 5.02 now. This start G code looks a little weird though. It looks like it moves up to 0.3 and then never comes back down again. So I think this is a lot of this is the start G code. I'm going to start with G28 here. Reset. This looks like the purge line. Okay. So that looks like starting G code. Let's start with the CR6SE code. And then we are going to alter it. We will start with 0.95. We're going to change our retraction to 1 millimeter since this is a direct drive. Wipe of 7 still looks good to me. 0.2, 333, 100, 125. Optimize start point for best. 10 millimeter skirt is fine. 20% infill is fine. 220, 210 is fine. 60 is fine. 0, 100 is fine. 60 millimeters per second is fine. This is going to be 230 by 230 by 260. And we will add this to the script. Do we have ending G code? Looks like I don't think I need any of that. Okay. That looks fine. And permanent only. That looks good. All right, save as new. Mingda X2. Okay, we now have a new profile. Okay. Let's go grab something off the internet to print first. So Thingiverse. I do want to print one of my nose cones. Okay, Marvin. Download that. Okay. Actually, I have a USB-C drive in here that I can use. Yeah. So I can plug this in at the same time that we're using the computer. Anything on here? No. I delete all of you. Goodbye. Everything gone. See you later. Okay. Let's go to downloads. Grab our little Marvin. No, it doesn't. Okay. What formatting is that drive? It's exFAT. That's probably not going to work. Format. You know, this is the kind of thing that pisses me off. Like, I fucking want the drive to be FAT32. But Windows says, no, you can only format it NTFS or exFAT. The fucking printer won't read exFAT, you dipshit. It's like, don't tell me what I can and can't do. Do as you're told. Jesus. Don't argue with me. Just do as you're told. Come on. Oh, nice little beep. Tell you it's done. Cool. Okay, what drive letter? F. What the hell else could be using it? Just by having Explorer open. Oh, what a pain in the ass. There we go. Now it's FAT32. Alrighty, export. There is the Marvin. Okay, rockets. Let's print a nose cone. 80 millimeter. Oh no, I want to do 40 millimeter. A little one. There we go. 40 millimeter nose and a 40 millimeter coupler. You and come on, and you. Select models. Just print the nose cone. We're going to leave it at 0.96, I think. One perimeter. Actually, it should override all those settings. But let's change it anyway. Uh, 0.24. Let's see here. 220 is fine. That looks good. Okay. Copy. Paste. And we'll do the coupler. Okay. That looks good. That is a couple of test prints. Now we stick in the USB drive and see how it works. That's upside down too. Pop off the plate. There's our little rabbit. It was not overstuck to the bed. That's good. Okay. Okay. Confirm. Oh, I also love the screen that it actually has just the text for the file name without the stupid freaking icon, so you can't see any of the name of the file. Very nice. We're going to go to UDisk. Oh, I love that. I love that so much. Thank you, Mingda, for not doing something stupid like that. Okay. That's a pretty damn clean print for a Cura print. Okay. That's actually the infill that you can see through the skin. For Cura, that's pretty good. Yeah, not bad. That's actually a cute little rabbit. I actually kind of like this as a test print. I'm going to have to find this file. It's probably on Thingiverse. In fact, yeah, I bet you it is. No stringing at all. And lowering the extrusion 5% was the right choice because the zit line is also virtually invisible. You can kind of see it right there on the ear. It's barely noticeable. So they were just over extruding a tiny bit. Running this at 95% was about perfect. Very, very pleased with that output. I have no complaints about that. Okay. Now let's look at this again while I go find this rabbit. Looks like another good first layer. Yeah, that looks good. That looks very good. Let's give you a little bit of a zoom in here. I am very happy with that. See some stringing in between there. I'll have to check my settings. Did I do something wrong with my settings? That looks okay. Must be this. Oh, my minimum travel for retraction for some reason got set to 7 millimeters, so it's not retracting. That's my fault. That should be 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters. Yeah, that's my bad. Okay. Update profile. Yeah, that was my bad. I screwed that up. Basically I had the minimum retraction set so high that it effectively is not retracting at all. Still getting a tiny little bit of warpy butt. Not too bad. You gotta find that rabbit. That's a similar rabbit. That's a high detail rabbit. I don't see. Oh, there it is. There's the rabbit. Wonder what the difference is. Is there a difference? Oh, V9. So your rabbit is a remix. What are you remixing from? Hmm. Hey, DeWitt. We are playing with the Mingda Magician X2. And I gotta say, I'm impressed. Auto bed leveling that actually works. Um, basically turnkey printer. Install 8 screws. Press the leveling button on the screen. Hit print, and it just works. Not freaking bad. What? Oh, I found the rabbit on Thingiverse. It's right here. Oh, there it is, right there. But you can do that. You can go from G code back to STL file. Seriously? How? Oh, export toolpath as OBJ? Oh, it includes everything. So now we can do a mesh, separate connected parts. Yeah, that makes sense. It would have to, since the model's literally not there anymore. Seriously? Come on. You always got to mess with me, don't you? No matter what I do, you got to mess with me. Okay. Oh, I have a feeling it's going to separate each layer into a separate piece. What do we have here? A new goodie? Maxis vase, and it's free. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. Okay, we're printing that. It's still trying to separate this. I have a feeling it's separating it into a lot of parts. I probably should have exported it as an STL first. Yeah, we're definitely printing that vase. Absolutely. And it would look great in this persimmon too. Oh boy, I think I pissed it off. It is not liking this. It's gonna be like 1,000 files. I don't want you to report anything to anybody. Just do as you're told. Argue with me. I will bite you. Mingda X2. Let us. Well, we're going to leave that like that. That is set to 1. Good. Okay. This I want to print. Let's go. No top. Let's go 0.3. 3 bottom. Let's do 6 bottom. 1 perimeter, vase mode. We are going to extrude at 0.6. How long will that take? To do it full size, 4 hours. I don't want to wait that long. So we are going to shrink it. Let's do 60%. Hour 32. I could live with that. Let's see here. So tools, variable. Let's change this back to 0.4. Let's change this back to, that's fine. That's fine. But not vase mode. 3. So tools, variable settings. 0.2 millimeters. 0.4 millimeters. And 0.6 millimeters. That's not what I wanted. Oh, that's all wrong. Duh. I gotta do 0.6. Add. 1.2. Add. And 1.8. Add. Now, all we're going to do is change the number of perimeters. And then we're going to change U to 0.6 with a 1.0 modifier, 0.3 millimeters. Single outline corkscrew, 0. That should give us a watertight bottom. So what I did here was the first layer is 3 perimeters. And then I go to 6 perimeters. And then I go to 2 perimeters. And then I go to vase mode. This way I have full overlap. Now the only thing I don't like is I don't like the orientation of the let's change this. Let's go with 2. 4 and 3. I like that better. And then I want to rotate this to change the angle of the infill. Much better. Now the infill goes the direction I want it to go. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. Absolutely, we are going to print that. Because that looks amazing. So what I did is I'm printing at 0.3 millimeter layer height to make it a fast print. I'm telling it to extrude the first 6 layers at 0.4 millimeter width using, let's see, 2 perimeters, then 4 perimeters, then 3 perimeters. The reason for that is the reason these models leak is because you have this. See? You always have these gaps. And there's nothing you can do about it. You have to have this gap because that's the way, it's linear motion. So what I do is when I go to this layer, see you still have the gap? See how the gap still aligns? That's a hole that water's going to leak through. But notice what doesn't have a gap. The perimeter doesn't have a gap. So what I do is I change the number of perimeters so that the perimeters of the next segment will overlap the holes in this one. You're seeing the stringing because I have retraction turned off. That was my fault. So there you go. Now you see the infill of the first two layers takes care of the holes in this layer, and the perimeters of this layer take care of the holes in that layer. And then to double verify, I do it again. Okay. Let's get this sliced. I can't wait to print this. That's how you get watertight vases. And then when I print the vase, I just extrude at 0.6. Nice and fat. Actually, I got to make sure we are printing hot enough. Temperature. Remove. We're going to stay at 220. Since I think I'm going to need that heat for that big fat extrusion. So I might as well just make them all 220. Yeah, let's just keep it at 220. Instead of oscillating back and forth. Which will probably just trigger thermal runaway. Okay. Let's reslice the Marvin since I messed that one up. Yes, it is now. Absolutely. This printer is definitely an upgrade to an Ender. This printer is equivalent to a CR6 SE. Okay. Recent models. It's not there. Marvin. I did not want you to do that. Come on. There we go. And we're going to replace the Marvin. Okay. Now we should be good to go. Let's print this vase. Let's get the Marvin off there. Skirt off there. Purge line off there. No, I disagree. I would totally disagree with that. So this printer is more advanced than an Ender 3. So better and more advanced are two different things. If anybody wants to, if you want a suggestion for a cheap printer that's fantastic quality, I will still suggest the Ender 3 Pro. Not the original Ender 3, but the Ender 3 Pro. If you want more advanced features, if you want things like automatic bed leveling and direct drive and different things like that, okay, well now you want a slightly different machine. All right, you want a color touch screen. Well, now you want the next level up from the Ender 3. So now you're looking at CR6 SE, any cubic Viper or Cobra, or the Mingda Magician X2. But that's a different class. Yes, that's why I typically suggest the Ender 5. The Ender 5 is the only problem with the Ender 3 is that it's not self-aligning. So it is possible to build the Ender 3 incorrectly and to have it misaligned. Ender 5 eliminates that because you can't build it wrong. It's a box frame, so it self-aligns as you tighten it. However, these printers are now getting good enough that I'm on the fence about now suggesting people get printers like these. Now, of course, I have to use it for a while because, who knows how well this is going to hold up after a month, 6 months. So this printer will be sitting on this desk for the next several months, and I'm going to be beating the living shit out of it. I'm going to basically keep it running 24/7, and we will see how it holds up. Um, I have high hopes because the construction quality is good, quality control seems to be very good, fit and finish seems to. It's PTFE lined. I'm pretty sure it's PTFE lined because it includes. Seriously? It includes a piece of PTFE tube in here, which I assume is inside the hot end. So this would be, 250 degree limit. It'll go to 260, but I don't advise going past 250. You're going to cook off the hot end pretty quickly. Might want to replace that PTFE tube with a piece of Capricorn. So it's not an all metal hot end. God, my head hurts so much. But print, like, for example, this appears to be doing what the CR6SE failed to do, although I think that was a firmware issue because my one CR6SE works perfectly, the other one doesn't. And it's looking good. That is looking absolutely perfect. We're going to have to test this with a PC bed to see if I can run without heat. But if you are a reasonably experienced printer user and you want a print farm, you can't beat the Ender 3. I mean, it's so cheap. Just get 5 Google burner numbers and get 5 $99 ones from Micro Center. So far, it's printing fantastically. The Marvin came out good. It's got stringing because I forgot to turn on retraction when I made my new profile. Derp. But otherwise, the Marvin looks good. And the rabbit that it came with looks absolutely fantastic. After it's done, I want you to see this first layer go down, but after it's done that, I will, looks like I can lift up the nozzle a tiny bit. See the teeny bit of snow plowing there? Actually, we can do that now. I can change it to 0.01 and raise it by, say, 3. That should be enough. Because it's just a smidge off. But yeah, that looks fantastic. Oh. Does that actually have a hole for the nozzle? No way. That can't be what that's for. I'll have to check that. I'll show you the prints I made already in just a moment. Oop, I bumped that. For glass and PETG, use glue stick. In this instance, you're not using the glue stick as an adhesive aid. You're using it as a release agent. So put glue stick down on the glass, which you can then wash off with hot water. And that will prevent, well, that should prevent the PETG from ripping chunks out of your glass bed. I would love to have a Flipper Zero. That'd be fun, but yeah, I can't afford that. Now it's going to do 4 perimeters. This way the perimeters overlap the holes. The X1 has a flex steel plate with a textured PEI surface. So, in my opinion, far superior. So let me show you the models we've printed. Okay. So this is the rabbit. About as close to perfect as you're going to get for a simple standard print. No stringing, no zits. Well, obviously there's zits, but they're very, very minimal. The only change I made was to reduce the extrusion by 5% because I felt they were over extruding a little bit, and I think I was right. But that looks very good. Here's our first sliced print, a Marvin. So it looks like I am over. I intentionally left the zits on the front to just see how, pronounced they are. And so I think I need to lower my extrusion a couple more percent, maybe 92%. Overhangs are good, clean, crisp. Tips of the ears are good. The retraction is because I forgot to disable my minimum retract to 7mm. That was my fault. Yeah, lower the... actually, I could barely feel them. Oh, a little bit right there. So yeah, I'll probably lower the flow rate to 92%. And that should help with that. And I'll put the zipper line on the back, of course. Otherwise, very clean print. Even the point here came out. Let me show you that. Here's a couple of the key things I look for here. So I look for how nice is that point right there. How nice are these? Because these tend to droop a little bit because they are overhangs. And as you can see, both of these are very clean. Now this one is a tiny bit more droopy than this one, which means the cooling in this direction is slightly superior to the cooling in this direction. But these are very close. They're hard to tell the difference. The eyes look good. Another place to look at on here is how well does it handle the bottom of the ear here. Since that right there is a dead overhang that technically should have support, but you don't need it. Very good. How much saggy butt do we have? We do have a tiny bit of saggy butt right there. That's where the cooling wasn't quite enough to prevent that from warping up. So that's what I look for. Saggy butt, the bottom of the ears, the tip of the forehead right there, and also the difference between these two here, between that one and that one. That's what I look for in a Marvin. So I will reslice this with correct settings, and we'll try that again. Otherwise, impressed. Let's see how strong the keychain is. It is very strong, enough that I could put an imprint in my finger, and I wasn't able to break it. So that keychain is decently strong. I mean, yeah, if I grabbed it this way, and I could probably break it. Although, actually, that's pretty damn strong. I'm impressed. So I'll see what I could do about droopy butt. Probably rotate him 45 degrees. That'll probably be enough. Also, I could probably lower the temperature. I was printing him pretty hot at 220. If I printed this at 200, I bet you that'd be better. Because this printed at 200 and it was very clean. This is my standard 3x3x3 by 20% profile. So 3 walls, 3 perimeters, 3 top, 3 bottom, 20% infill, grid. I forgot to set the zipper line. I think I need to lower the flow rate just a tiny bit and lower the temperature. Let's get over here. Yeah, I think I am going to remove this bottom piece right here. Just that one line right there. I'm going to remove that to give me a better view of the hot end. That's just personal preference. I like seeing the hot end. Ah, so I do need to run a little colder. And this being a direct drive, I'll probably put some upgrades into it. I'll probably put a nicer nozzle on here. Probably throw a 0.6 on there. We are now into the vase mode portion. This doesn't always work perfectly, extruding a 6x3 layer out of a 0.4 nozzle, but so far it looks okay. Oh. No, it won't. I'm talking about just removing this piece right here. Just this bottom little bit right here, this one section. Just that section right there. Just so I can see the nozzle better. You can. They do have it curved right here so that you can see inside there. I just like to see more. It is very quiet. You can hear the steppers if you pay attention. But the fans, oh my god. The fans are definitely louder than the steppers. And the fans are also pretty quiet. Here, let me put the microphone nice and close. So I'll stick this over here. I guess I have to talk slightly to keep the noise bridge from blocking it out. But you can hear the printer printing in the background while I'm talking. Talking just enough so that it keeps the microphone active. You can hear it's pretty darn quiet. No, this is a 0.3 layer height. And I'm over extruding to 0.6 millimeter width. I want it to be fast and I want it to be strong. 0.4 millimeter vases aren't very useful unless they have structure. Just going from 0.4 to 0.6 millimeter makes a simply huge difference in vases. So on this print here, this portion down here is 0.2 millimeter. This portion here is 0.3 millimeter. I could probably have gotten away with 0.4 millimeter, but since I'm already over extruding the nozzle width, like if this is a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, I'd be doing this at 0.4. But I decided to stop at 0.3 just to make sure we get a successful print. but that lowers the print time by 50%. So 33%. I'm sorry. If I did 0.4, that would be 50%. Looks like it's handling it okay. I don't see any curling on the roundabouts, which would indicate, flow restriction issue. I don't see any of that, so it looks like the flow rate's good. I am printing at 220. I'm running at 60 millimeters a second. Although, probably at 80% underspeed for outer perimeter. I don't think I changed that. We're definitely going to try some TPU. Oh, yeah. In fact, we're going to slice that. I wish I wouldn't have deleted that. Yeah, we're going to do... Mm. Zero 0.6, 1.2, 1.8. Let's see here. Speeds. Let's go down to 35 millimeters per second. Let's see if I can get away with 0.4. Okay. We'll leave you at 1.0 and at 0.6. Okay. $35. I love the design of this vase. So 0.3. Well, that's a pretty filament. That's not what she printed it in, though. Oh.
This is brand new for.
Oh, that is pretty. Zyro is one of my favorites. As you can see, I've purchased them quite a lot. I love Zyro Filament. Oh, there it is. Oh, very cool. Okay, so it's a glitter and a transition. Oof, expensive. As you can see, I've purchased them in the past. Zyro is one of my favorite brands. They just have the cool filaments. What am I doing? I don't need this. Okay. Let's see. 2, then 4. Yeah, I probably still have about 500 rolls. I started off with about 700. So I should still have over 500 since I haven't used 200 rolls. But most of it's, generic filament. It's not the cool stuff. Oh, yeah, 35. Huh. And then go to 3. Okay. That should be okay. Hour 57. And that will be in TPU. That's wrong. One of these doesn't have the right number of layers. 6. 6. 6. There we go. I will export that once the time comes. We should be able to lift this a bit. Yeah, I have a stupidly large amount of filament. And I can't use most of it to make my rockets. Because the PLA does not handle the sun out here at all. Even, I have a part sitting under the carport, and the skin still rippled. So it's not even in direct sunlight, and we haven't gone past 80 degrees yet. And it's still enough that it rippled. Very annoying. Ibotta has a crazy coupon if you want to try the Starry soda. It was a BOGO, so you get 348 back, so you have to buy 2, but now it's even better. You buy one and you get $2.50 back. So you're literally paying 98 cents for a 6-pack. That's what, 17 cents, 16 cents a bottle? Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, like 17 cents a bottle. That's a penny an ounce. I'll take it. That stuff's really good frozen too. Yeah, you get it frozen so it's like a slushy. Oh, that's good. It's like a sugar bomb. I do wish I lived in an area where it was practical to do trading, because I'd be willing to trade people 2 for 1. You know, 2 rolls of filament, and you give me something new, something interesting. You know, a new color or a new color PETG or something like that. I would gladly do a 2 for 1, but there's no practical way to ship it. The shipping would cost more than the filament. I have my Advil. Where is my little one? I know I've got a little one that has a C port on it. That's a regular USB port. I have a little one that has a USB-C port and a regular port. Ah, there it is. There's the USB drive. Ah, there's another one. So these kind of drives are pretty handy because they have a USB-C port on one side and a regular USB port on the other side. And here's a plastic one. Same thing though. Regular on one side, C on the other side. So I'm using the USB port on the front of my computer for the microphone, but I also have a USB-C port. So now I can plug the thumb drive into the C port and then use this full size to plug into the printer, or the C port to plug into my phone, etc. So that's handy. Handy, handy, handy. Yummy, yummy, handy. Probably use this one. Tiny. And I like tiny. Is there anything on here? I got movies on here. Greenland was a good movie. The Young and the Prodigious T.S. Spivet. I think I saw that. It was pretty good. Togo. I don't remember seeing that. I got 2012 on here. That's a good movie to watch. I might want to watch these later. Let's just dump them on here. There it is. All right, we're at 33 minutes. And we're at 28%. Not bad. And I have some flexible RBO. I've been looking for an excuse to use this. Here's some flexible RBO. It's not crazy flexible, but it's not bad. But it's a nice, serious orange. So we're going to try that next. I might have to try printing a rocket in TPU, even though it's going to be stupidly heavy. It'll basically be an indestructible rocket. Because I mean, what you would have to do to it to kill that. Go. What format is this? Of course it's exFAT. Why would it be anything else? Come on. There's nothing accessing the drive. There we go. There we go. FAT32. Alrighty. Export. Maxis TPU. Okay. Oh, eggs got cheap. I just bought 15 dozen eggs at less than $2 a dozen. $8.14 for a 5 dozen box. So yeah, I got a shit ton of eggs. Although I still have no refrigerator. The refrigerator I just bought is bad. It doesn't work. They scam me. They rip me off. Once again, the freezer works. The fridge doesn't. And now I have no money to try another fridge. So I have to continue living in the goddamn coolers until I can save up enough to make another attempt to buy a fridge. I should have waited to see if the fridge got cold. But I would have had to have sat there for like 2 hours. What are you gonna do? Mm. So, anything new with you guys? Anything new in 3D printing? Anybody working on a new project or? Oh, man, my eyes hurt so much. It's getting better though. Wish I would have caught it a little earlier. It's it's been 4 days. And the freezer's working perfectly. Actually, even that's not quite perfect. It's not as cold as it should be. It's below freezing, but it's not as below freezing as it should be. Well, I don't know what how this one's set up, but yeah, the fridge is not getting cold. Oh yeah, no, that was from like 4 days ago. When was that? 5 days ago, Saturday, I think. It might have been Friday. Is it Friday or Saturday? No, no, longer. It was Thursday. I had an appointment in town, and I cleaned out the car to go pick up the fridge Thursday. So it's been 6 days. Yeah. I just got burned. Shit happens. Garolite's good if you want to play with nylon. I think PET might stick to that too. I'm not sure, but I know nylon sticks to it. Um, wow, nice. I'd love to grab a Neptune Max. I could use a couple more big printers. I would love to get my hands on one of these new Core XY machines. You know, the K1 or the P1P or the X1C, or there's another one too. Oh, really? Interesting. Well, I was able to reduce my costs a little bit. I am now without house insurance. I can't afford it. They raised the price to $1,352. I just can't afford that. I don't have it. I got to be really, really careful because if there's ever a fire, we're screwed. But I don't have $1,400 to pay for house insurance. But I did get my car insurance lowered. I switched to Progressive, and that saved me $500 a year, almost $40 a month. Matter of fact, exactly $40 a month. It saved me, and same coverage too. So that'll save me a little bit. I'm going to switch my phones over to um, more restrictive phone plans. So I'll be paying just $10 a month for my phones instead of $30 a month that I'm paying now. And well, 17 a month. Wow, still got a tornado, huh? I should get my tornado out. I gotta find my TiVo flashes. Those are good machines. I have the base model flash and the high end flash, the kitchen sink one. Those are both very good machines, so I need to get them out. Figure out where I stuck them. Um, So that will save me $54 a month. I know, phase mode's awesome. Especially fat layer. Make it quiet. It's not that hard to make the tornado quiet. Get some stepper dampers. Replace the fans. For less than $30, you can make that a basically silent machine. Here, I'll show you. First thing you're going to need is some of these. So here's a set of, well, I would get the ones with the heat sinks because you're going to be isolating the stepper motors because they're going to run a little hotter. Okay. So you put here's your Z axis, there's your X, and you'll have one spare because you really don't need one on the extruder. Definitely put the heat sinks on it. And these are fat layers too, 0.3. This right here will take all your stepper noise from your steppers silent. You won't be able to hear it. Okay? Definitely use the heat sinks because your stepper motors there's a thermal connection between the stepper and the frame of the printer, and you're now breaking that connection by using stepper dampers. So now that heat has nowhere to go except to radiate into the air. So the heat sinks definitely help. Then also replace your fans with ball bearing fans. So for example, your hot end needs I think is the Tornado 12 volt or 24 volt. You can get them in both. So here is the 4040. These are 4040-20s. These are 40 millimeter, 10 millimeter blowers. This is 4040-10. Yeah, these are your 4010s. You can get these. You can see they're dirt cheap. This is a 2-pack for $11. So they're like $6 a piece. You replace the fans, including the one inside the brain box. And if your power supply is getting noisy, replace that one as well. But replace your power supply fan. You'll have to actually open the power supply to see what size fan it is. It could be a 50-50-10 or 60-60-10. Could be a 40-40-20. Yes and no. It's just 2 wires. So worst case scenario, you twist the 2 wires together and solder them. What I would advise is to use these. So you can get a set like this. Well, these are the ones you want. You can get smaller sets. Well, here we go. Here's one for $10. What you need is the white ones. Oh, come on. Here we go. $5. But when you run out of white ones, just buy more white, because that's what you're going to use for your printer. So these things here are called Solder Seal. Well, Solder Seal is the name brand version. I don't think this is the name brand version. Oh, it's so slow. So this is heat shrink tubing that has a bead of solder inside. So you just put your 2 wires inside there and heat it up. It'll shrink, glue, seal, and solder all in one go. Just with these little things right here. These are amazing. But Otherwise, they do come with plugs on the fans, and if your printer has a breakout board and it happens to have the same plug, then yeah, plug and play. You might have to reverse the wire. Most fans use that little white connector there. What are you doing? Why would you do that? Do you want to be bitten? If you have blower motors, they have blowers. The trick is just make sure it says dual ball bearing. That's the thing. You have to make sure it says dual ball bearing. As long as you get a dual ball bearing fan, so you're a dual ball bearing. You do not want the hydraulic bushing. But yeah, usually it's this little white plug. Oh, come on. So slow. There you go, that little white plug. Let's put this down here. Make this a little bigger. Raise this like this. There we go. There's not much to go wrong with these machines. You know, once you get past the first 6 months where, you know, parts failure could occur, they typically basically run forever as long as you maintain them. As long as your belts aren't too tight, your belts aren't going to wear out. As long as your V-wheels aren't too tight and you keep them clean, they're not really going to wear out. Usually when you see those components wear out, it's because something was wrong. You either left it get dirty and didn't clean it, or you had them too tight so it was destroying the material. But in general, these machines will run thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. There's just not much to go wrong. But yeah, replace the fans. You're probably looking at about $30 or $40 worth of fans, but that's enough to do 2 machines, depending on your printer. So for example, if you only need one 4010, okay, this is a 2-pack, so you'll have 2. So you'll be able to upgrade a second machine. Just verify if it's 12 volt or 24 volt. You can get these in both 12 volt and 24. You do not need Noctuas. You do not need Black Magic fans or anything like that. Noise blocker NBs. All you need is dual ball bearing. As long as you have dual ball bearing fans, not only will they basically last forever, but they'll be nearly as silent as a noise blocker or a Noctua fan without lowering the CFM of the fan. And then, of course, the biggest thing also is to install the stepper dampers. These things here. I have these all linked on my Amazon page. But especially with those older machines, definitely go with the heat sinks, because some of them, the steppers were overdriven a little bit to make them stronger, but that also makes them run hotter. Let's see here. If you have single Z-axis, this is enough to do 2 printers. If you have dual Z-axis, this is only enough to do 1, but you'll have a spare. So if you buy 2 sets, that's enough to do 3 printers. You will have to move your gears on your stepper motors, because these are going to offset your stepper motors by like 4 or 5 millimeters. So you need to move that gear 4 or 5 millimeters to put it back in the correct position for the belt. That's pretty easy to do, not hard. None of this is very difficult. There you go. So you stick that that heat sink on the back of the stepper motor to help it cool down. But yeah, very, very easy. This is not hard at all. They have it. There it is. So you can see here, 2 screws, screw it into your stepper, and then the other 2 screws, screw that whole assembly into your printer. And that will isolate the stepper motors from the frame, which will make them silent. But yeah, I have like I have probably a couple dozen of these in a box or a crate somewhere. I got a great deal on eBay, so I bought a whole shit ton of them just so I could upgrade printers. And then everybody started making silent printers, so I don't need them anymore. But yeah, if you got an older machine, making it silent is not hard at all, and not expensive either. I mean, I wouldn't call it dirt cheap, but yeah, it's pretty darn cheap. I mean, that TiVo Tornado cost you probably $400, $500, new. So for $19, you have enough dampers to do 1 or 2 printers, depending on how many stepper motors you have. And then the fans are pretty cheap. So depending on your machine, you gotta make a list of all the fans that you have on the machine. Like your hot end fan is probably a 4010. Your parts cooling is probably going to be either a 40 millimeter blower or a one of these kind of blowers, a 4020 or a 5015. Your main board inside the brain box, you could basically use any fan you want for that. I believe they typically use either a 40 millimeter or a 50 millimeter fan, but you don't have to use the same size as long as you install it right, you know, where it's blowing over and cooling things. But you know, getting a different size is not hard. You just, you know, if you need a 50 millimeter, you just type in 50 millimeter. There you go. $5 a piece. There's a 5010 fan, or here's 5015s. Looks like probably $10 for a 2-pack. If you need longer wire, there you go. You got that right there. Just make sure it says dual ball bearing, not hydraulic bearing. They're just not expensive. It's very, very affordable. And then you could sleep next to that machine. You change out the fans. You should have 1, 2, 3. There should be 4 fans in your printer. You're gonna have a parts cooling fan, a hot end fan, a brain box fan, and a power supply fan. If your power supply is not noisy, you don't have to replace that. If it is noisy, it's not that hard to replace. As long as you're competent enough to take apart your printer and put it back together, you're fine. It's not that difficult. Your power supply fan, you'll have to double check that by looking at the fan itself. For example, Meanwell power supplies, they're 24 volts, but they use 12-volt fans. I don't know why, they do. Meanwell power supplies use 12-volt fans. At least they used to. So double check, you know, which one your power supply uses, and just get the correct voltage for whatever your printer needs. But replace those 4 fans, which is about $20. Like I said, you're probably going to have to spend 40 because most of these are 2-packs. But you're probably looking at about, you know, per printer, about $20 in fans, and you're looking at about $19 in stepper dampers. You can hunt around on eBay and see if you can get them cheaper. Seriously? Do you have to mess with me? Let's see. The cork ones aren't so great. I'd avoid those. There's $12 for 4 of them. But they don't come with the heat sinks. I'd want the one with the heat sinks. Here we go. Oh, they're expensive. Yeah, I wouldn't buy them. Boy, Amazon might actually be cheaper. There's $10 for a 3-pack, but no heat sinks, meaning you'd have to get them separately. Oh, here we go. $16 for a 4-pack. That's a 3-pack actually. $17 for a 4-pack. But for $1 more, for $1.99 more, you get it from Amazon. Boy, they're selling these for a lot of money. I don't remember whether or not the Tornado might be able to take advantage of TL smoothers. Wonder why it's removed. TL smoothers might be useful for your Tornado. Okay. Why are all these listings removed? I don't get this. They're not removed. It's just because I tried to open it in a new page? What the hell? Okay. Still more than I think they should be. Why would you care if I try to open up a new tab? Look at this. It says just because I tried to open up a new tab. That's weird. That's too expensive. They just should not cost that much. It looks like Amazon's your better deal. You can hunt around long enough. Also, AliExpress might have something like that. Maybe. But again, unless the savings is big, it's not worth waiting. Okay, that's worth it. $6. You get 5 of them with shipping. $3.70. You get the damper and the heatsink. Although this one's $3.19. Yeah, Amazon. Well, if you're gonna order a lot of them, AliExpress is nice, or eBay or whatever. But yeah, if you're just gonna order one set, Amazon. There we go, $10 for 3. That's a good deal. $9.47 free shipping. You get the 3. Well, assuming they're not lying. Sometimes they lie. Nope, they're not. So $9.47, you get the 3 dampers, the 3 sinks, and the screws. So that's a good deal. So if you're going to order like 3 or 4 printers worth, then yeah, come on here and get them here. But if you're going to order just for one machine, just pay the $19 on Amazon. It's hard to beat that because you get 4 of them. You get the heat sinks. You gotta watch out. Some of them have free shipping, some of them charge shipping, and that shipping is per item. So you gotta make sure you add that to the price, or you'll get a nasty surprise. There's $14 for a set of 4 with heat sinks. Here's $3.21. And you get the heatsink and the damper. And that's free shipping. That's not bad. Technically that's cheaper. It's $271 for it's well it should be both. That's $9.53. So you just gotta look around. Let us print I hate when it jumps to the bottom. I want you to stay up the top. Just stop messing with me. Or I'm gonna eat you. Let's do a 40mm rocket. Let's do a nose and a coupler. Let's turn off the custom zones. Who the hell's this? Hello? Hey. Hi. Oh, when did you try to call? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm doing right now. I'm doing a live stream, which we just built a new printer. Yep. Yes. Victim located. Okay. Yep. Okay. Nope. What day do you want? A what? Oh, cool. Nice. Okay. You got it. I told you how to fix that. Yeah. You know, 8-pound sledgehammer, you know, it's not going to fix the computer, but you're going to feel real good when you're done. Yeah, but that comes later. In the moment, you'll feel good. What time? May 22nd. What time? 3 o'clock. Hold on. Hang on a second. Let's see. Add task. That's going to... Hang on. If you're saying something, I can't hear you yet. 22nd. And that's going to be 3 p.m. Oh. 15. Save. Okay, I got you saved. Okay. You got it. Thank you. Bye. Who is you? No, I'm not interested in selling my domain name. That was Eileen, the nutritionist. Found the insurance will pay for me to interact with a nutritionist and health coach, so hopefully help me eat a little bit better within my budget and lose weight. She's a nice person. I don't want to eat her. Nice people taste like shit. You gotta remember that. Mean people taste good. Stupid people taste funny, but they're still perfectly edible. Politicians are absolutely divine, especially when they run. Us lizards really like it when they run. But good people, nice people, they taste like crap. Let's see. Let's stick with 0.2. 115 by 115. That is not 115, which would be the middle of 230. Yes. Okay. Does that look okay to me? No, we want to keep the EM down so we can make sure these parts thread together. Let's try it. 40 nose. Remove. I need a coupler. Where the hell's the coupler? Right there. It's the one that was selected. Export. 40 coupler. I guess we're going to do the groove tube. That's going to be this piece here. That looks clean to me. Yep, that looks clean. Okay. Totally groovy. And now I need the seg. Seg 200. And I believe that's all I need. Maybe. It might be too opaque. But as soon as this is done, we're going to switch over to the TPU and try that. I guess I could try printing that. I want to try printing a TPU rocket. I said it's gonna be heavy as balls, but it'll also be indestructible. Like you could step on it, sit it, twist it, bend it, break it. It won't care. It'll just laugh at you. It'll laugh in your face and go, "Is that all you got, punk?" Now, what would be nice is a transparent PETG yellow orange transition roll. That would make for some good lampshades for flickering flame lamps. That would look really cool, especially if you printed them with like a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, so you could do like a 0.6 millimeter layer height. That would be slick. Actually, there you if you watch the flight, it's incredible that that rocket held up as long as it did. I mean, it should have broken up a hell of a lot sooner. I mean, sure, it was at 125,000 feet, so there wasn't that much air, but I think cartwheeled like 6 times before it broke. I mean, okay, now when we launch model rockets and they cartwheel, we don't expect them to break until they hit the ground. But full size rockets don't usually cartwheel and stay in one piece. I mean, not only did the rocket not break, but the two halves stayed attached. That's impressive. That means they actually overbuilt the rocket a little bit. They could probably save some weight and increase delta V by making the rocket flimsier. They could probably get away with that. Although it had a light load. So they're probably going to need that strength for a full load, for full mass load. And it cartwheeled because they lost TVC. Once they lost thrust vector control, then they had no way of keeping the rocket going straight. Dang it, this freaking vase is beautiful. I should also print a dragon. Yeah, let's print a dragon as well. Did I leave this at 0.2? Yes. Let's print the dragon. And we probably want to print another seg. Yeah, we're going to need a seg nose. What was that? Woo! That was a hell of a gust of wind. Okay, that should do it. And I have a few different colors of TPU as well. I got some rocket parts sliced up for TPU printing. No schmutz on the nozzle yet, so that's good. Staying clean. Well, that shouldn't be there. That must have been a little dirt on the nozzle right there. Uh, I gotta dig up some Advil. Man, that is windy. That's got to be 40, 45 mile an hour gusts. Yeah, windmills are hard and they're high maintenance. I do have a little 200-watt windmill. The biggest problem is a tower. Yeah, you kind of really need to put them on a pole. Yeah, basically I need a 40-foot pole. Well, 30-foot would do it. You want to be 20 foot above the highest thing on your property, which would be about the top of the shipping container. So that's 10 feet. So I would need another 10 feet above that. And getting a 30 or 40-foot pole is not easy. I'll just hook it to the shipping containers. Why attach something to the bus? Where I live, any part of the property's got the highest wind. It's the very nature of it's the one weather downfall of living here. Very windy, and it's always windy. Matter of fact, it's so normal that windless days are unusual. Boy, if I could afford to set up a nice beefy, like 10 kilowatt windmill, oh, that'd be amazing. Combine that with some solar. Oh, talk about pissing me off. There's a guy on Marketplace right now who has 6,700 watts of solar panels for $1,200. And he doesn't want to barter. He needs cash, which means I can't get them. I was hoping he'd be willing to barter because I've got stuff that's worth a decent amount of money. But Everybody needs cash. Nobody wants to barter. All the buyers want to barter. All the sellers want cash, obviously. Makes sense, you know, it's the way it is. But damn it, man, that's like $50 a panel. um, 6,700 watts. I could do a lot with that. That would be enough for me to put 2 panels on the Kia, 2 panels on the electric car. That would be enough to put like 6 panels on the bus. I could have over a kilowatt on the bus, and I would still have 4 kilowatts left for the house. I could set up 2 kilowatts right away to run the... That's not supposed to be on. That's why it's so cold in here. I was like, why is it so cold in here? Just go away. Sure they do. 40 or 50 years. I'll be dead before they wear out. I ain't gonna live 40 years. Even if they're 20 years old, they got another 30 years left. And keep in mind, solar panels, okay, the thing that people have to realize when we say a battery has a lifespan or a solar panel has a lifespan, that's usually to what we call SOC 80%. So that's a state of charge 80% or a power output of 80%. So when we say solar panels last 30 years, we mean after 30 years, they'll still put out 75-80% of their original power output. So your 300 watt solar panel might only put out 240 watts. So it's still going to keep working. It's just going to produce less power. So you add more solar panels. And when you're getting them for $50 a pop versus $400 a pop, who cares if they're a little weaker? You just use 5 instead of 4, you know? I would kill for those solar panels, though. I could do so much with that. Oh my God, what I could do with that. The big thing is with a 2 kilowatt array, so that would be 7 panels, I could power that mini split with solar power. I would only be able to power it during the daylight hours, but for 12 hours every day, I could run that mini split for free. That would also be enough to run, for example, the microwave, the induction cooktop. So during the summertime when power is expensive from 4:30 to 10:30, well, if I'm cooking dinner at 6, that's okay. I just use the solar panels to power the stove instead of the house power. And it'd be more than enough. And I would still have to use house power to run the heater at night, but I would only be using it for half the day. Because for the other half of the day, it'd be using the solar panels. Now, sure, you get less sunlight in the wintertime, but you just add more solar panels. So even if your solar panels are only giving you half their rated output, you just double the number of panels. There you go. Now you still have enough power to run whatever you want. I really wish I could buy those panels from him, but shit happens. I have IBC tanks. What I would do is I would just set up a frame on top of IBC tanks and then just fill them halfway with water. You know, that would be 400 pounds of water in each tank. That ain't going nowhere. Actually, that'd be 800 pounds of water in each tank. You know, so if you have 4 of them set up in a big box, that's almost 2 tons. That ain't gonna blow away. I don't care how windy it is, that ain't blowing away. And by doing that, I would not be permanently mounting anything, so I don't need any permits. No goddamn permission. All I need is one good battery. If I had solar panels, just to act as a buffer. Not to run anything off of it, just to act as a buffer. So if clouds came over or whatever. We don't get much clouds around here, but yeah, Fragger, we got a Mingda Magician X2. So this is their Magician X version 2. And I don't think I've ever had a printer be perfectly hands off right from the start. Like no calibration, no tuning, nothing. I screwed in the 8 screws. I pressed the leveling button on the screen, and then I hit print. Yeah, this vase is awesome. Who posted it? Michael? I think Michael posted it from Filament Stories. It's gorgeous. Almost done, 97%. No, I mean as far as adjusting bed level, adjusting offset, anything like that, I didn't have to do anything. All I had to do is hit go. I mean, obviously you have to load filament, but I didn't have to. There probably isn't even. Yeah, there isn't even any bed leveling knobs. It doesn't need them. It's direct drive with dual drive gear with a constricted filament path, so it should print TPU, which we're going to try next. This is just about done. And then one more minute. It's got a textured PEI magnetic steel plate for the bed. It's got a touch off sensor for bed leveling. So there's a strain gauge in the top, and it actually uses contact with the bed for bed leveling. So you get perfect bed leveling every time. The most you might have to do is adjust your first layer height. That's basically it. For this print, I didn't have to change anything. It's also quiet. Even the fans are pretty quiet. We'll see if they stay quiet over time. Depends on if they use hydraulic or ball bearing. The filament runout sensor is right on top of the extruder assembly, which is where it should be. The strain relief for the heat bed is fantastic. Bolt in, heavily rubberized, with the equivalent of a drag shade and even a channel built into the molding for it. It's got USB-C, full-size USB, and full-size SD card. It's got a responsive touchscreen that actually has a good menu. Matter of fact, I'm going to show that to you when I swap out this card. I wonder if I can plug, probably not, but I wonder if I can plug a thumb drive into the USB-C port. There we go. So here is the screen. It's having a tough time with the brightness. So as you can see, it's a little bit blurry, but it has full width names. So no stupid icons that you can never really use anyway. Ooh, nice and heavy. It's because that 6 bottom layers. So let me plug in the new drive and you'll see what I'm talking about. U-disc inserted. And you can do from both. So you see you get full names. None of that BS where you have to guess what the damn name of the file is. So I very, very much like that. It's having a tough time focusing on that screen. Yeah, it's just not focusing on that screen. That might have worked. If I do this. There we go. It's okay. But you get the idea. You get full file names, which is really, really, really nice. I really like full file names. Go away. Let's see. Let's look at our vase here. There we go. Give you different angles so you can see the layer alignment. Now this is actually a pretty heavy vase because I did a 0.6 millimeter extrusion and there are 6 bottom layers. So this should be watertight. I can't breathe into it like I normally do because there's just no way I'm getting my mouth to seal on that. So let's just put some soda in it and see what happens. You can't see it, but there you go. Nothing's leaking. So that is watertight. Now, can I drink it without spilling it all over myself? Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. You son of a bitch. Right up my nose. Actually, DOS file names would be fine. The problem is when you have those, what do they call it? Those MTS boards where it like the whole screen is taken up by the stupid little folder icon and you get like 4 characters of the file name. So you have to click on it and then it shows you the whole file name. Pain in the ass. It's like, what's the icons for? It's like they're not there to show you a picture of the file. They're just taking up space for no reason whatsoever. Oh, of course. All down my face, up my nose. So this is orders of magnitude better. Okay, so first I need to go into preheat, TPU. Got to get that nice and hot. But it's watertight, so that worked. Let's try not to dump it on myself. Why is it doing that? Ah. Boy, that is beautiful, though. Oh, waiting for that to heat up. But that is gorgeous. I love that design. I can't believe no one ever thought of doing that before. That's beautiful. Alrighty. Why are you only going to 220? Preheat. Oh, TPU is supposed to be 240. There we go. Oh, get that pinched in there. There we go. That was an easy load. Okay, print U-disc. Let's do the coupler since that'll be a relatively short print. Ooh, is it oozing? That's TPU for you. It's an ooze monster. Oof. Look at it oozed all the way over. Wait a minute. This TPU prints at 200 to 230? Really? All right, let's try 230. I find that hard to believe, but okay. This machine is very quiet. You could sleep next to it. That's a very low temperature TPU. I didn't know you could do TPU that low temp. I'm actually going pretty fast. I'm doing 35 millimeters a second. But with direct drive, it should be able to handle it. I didn't know they made TPU that printed that low temperature. But the label says 200 to 230. That's new to me. Come on, lock in and stay put. I don't hear any snap, crackle, pop. And it looks clean, so I guess it's dry. I mean, it's definitely a TPU. Although it is a very stiff TPU. Let's see if I bend it back and forth. Definitely a TPU. I mean, it's not breaking. Yeah, no damage. It's always good to have a TPU capable printer on hand because a lot of people underestimate TPU, and you can make TPU soft or hard as a rock depending on, how much infill, how many perimeters, etc. that you use. So if you print like, 2 walls and 3% infill, you're gonna have a very squishy part. If you print like 3 walls and 25% infill, you're gonna have a pretty damn rigid part. And you print like, 75% infill with like 4 walls, you're gonna have a part that's almost as hard as PLA. But the difference is it's virtually indestructible. It's like you could beat it with a hammer, you can just do whatever you want to it. It just doesn't care. It's it's although I'll have to see what the deflection temperature of this low temp stuff is. Um, but yeah, TPU is just rugged as hell. I mean, as I mean, if you have a part that requires stiffness, it's not going to work. Now, something else that I am really aggravated nobody has done because it would be effing perfect. Carbon fiber TPU. What the one failing of TPU is that it's soft. So if you want to take advantage of its toughness, but you don't want a super flexible part, I'm surprised no one has done a carbon fiber TPU. On top of that, TPU is similar to nylon in that the layer bonding of the material is so god awful strong that you actually don't lose that much strength. You actually don't lose that much strength by adding a filler agent such as carbon fiber. So you could take advantage of the increased stiffness the carbon fiber is going to give you without losing that much strength. A carbon fiber TPU would be baller. I mean, that would just be freaking amazing. What's ST TPU? It's on Alibaba. What does it mean? Everybody has heard of that. Uh, so what is it? It looks like it's a flexible PLA, but what does that mean? It doesn't look that expensive, although I don't know. Um, and they do have orange. But is that a 1 kilogram roll? Oh, what? This says it's 65A. Oh, it's 80D normal, 65A when it changes. Put in water 1 to 2 hours and it becomes soft. 1 to 2 hours? It's part Zorbies. I finally got a roll of co-extrusion filament. When I cashed in all my gift cards last month, I used it to buy filament. So I have a silk co-extrusion, yellow red. I also got I got two transition rolls of PETG for rocket parts, of course. Huh. I'm gonna make a rocket out of the co-extrusion, even though it'll have to be a sleeved rocket because it can't handle the ejection charge, but it'll just look badass. So I just have to have one. This looks like it's printing pretty good. I mean, granted, this is vase mode, but still, this is printing pretty nicely. I wonder if I could print at normal speed. When we print the second part, we're going to try that. We're going to try printing at normal speed and see what happens. Let's get rid of the light. Nope, we need the light. A little bit. At least 3 of the filament manufacturers said they're interested in sending me some stuff. So I'm hoping that comes through. TH3D has a new blue purple transparent glitter filament that looks absolutely stunning. And I was like, I would really like to print a rocket in that stuff. And his wife seemed very interested in a rocket printed in that stuff, so I might be getting some filament from them. One of the guys said he wanted to send me filament, but I don't remember what his name was. It was while we were packing up. He's like, "Hey, Chris, I want to send you some filament." I was like, "Awesome," but I have no idea who he was. um, and Cookie Cad might be interested in sending me some filament. And then I gave my card to Lulzbot. I don't know if anything will happen from that. Also the LDO, I'm hoping that maybe I can get one of those positrons. I'm really hoping. And Lightspeed hooked me up with Atomic, so they're hopefully going to send me some filament. Especially because Atomic has PETG filaments in their exotic colors. So they have the Blood Diamond in PETG. They have the Rose Metallic in PETG. They have the Starry Night in PETG. And so I definitely want to make some rockets of that. Oh man, that positron looks amazing. Although someone made a point, and it's a very good point. Yeah, what if you have a print failure? Because if the print comes off the bed in spaghettis, it's going to spaghetti right into the hot end. Oops. That's going to make a hell of a mess. Nice. I'd like to get back to the point where I can get an Alien 3D box again. I love his boxes. I definitely do have some water in the filament. You can see the little gaps here and there. You can see little gaps here and there form when a steam pocket bursts. So this could definitely use some drying. The And also, I got to see if it's available to use. But they showed me their Cookie CAD. You know, I was wondering why they were named Cookie CAD. That's because they started off by making a CAD program for making cookie cutters, and it's pretty damn neat. I definitely want to send some stuff through it. Is that a split on the bottom? Yeah, I think I have a minor split down there on the bottom where the layer didn't quite adhere correctly. That's not the printer, that's my file. It'll be a long time before I can go to Earth or Murph again. Um, I mean, things would have to change dramatically financially for me to be able to go to those. And never as a vendor or table. I would just be a visitor because I couldn't. Um, I wouldn't drive. Too risky. Way too risky. What's 12 months? Also, that Wixern printers. I gave them my card. Hopefully, something will come of that. We shall see. The next Murph. Oh, you mean the Rocky Mountain Murph? I'll definitely go to that again, of course. Hey, Leon. How are you doing today? So you think I'm a hustler, Lightspeed? Huh? You think I'm a hustler? Now I post links to stuff that I don't own all the time. The key part is to be transparent. to make sure you let people know. By the way, I don't have this. I just thought it might be interesting. But yeah, I post affiliate links for everything because that's how I make my income. You see all the little gaps that form here and there? You see that one gap on the front right hand corner there? Those are that's water in the filament, and it flashes off to steam, and when that happens, of course, it forms a small gap. Well, yeah, of course, that's sleazy, but that's also not what you said. That's sometimes that's why you get into some very heated arguments with people on Twitter. It's because you mean one thing but you say another. Like my sister does that sometimes too, where she'll say something. Well, I didn't mean it that way. Well, why'd you say it that way? You mean one particular. Barnacle does that too sometimes, where he'll say one thing, but then he'll make a general encompassing statement without being specific to what he was actually talking about. But I can't possibly have all of the things that I post affiliate links to. There's just no, I have no capacity to do that. So I just up front, I tell people I have not used this, but it looks nice. Like just last week, I posted a link to a knife that I found on Amazon. I don't have it. I'm not gonna have it because I don't have $40 to buy a knife. But it looks damn nice, and it was a decent deal, so I thought people might be, interested in it. So I posted a link. But that's the key. The key is to be transparent. The key is to be straight with your people. If you're lying, saying this is amazing, this is the next thing, next best thing to slice bread, and you've never used it, well, that's just sleazy. People like that don't last long. Their viewers stop following them. Exactly. If you post affiliate links for things that you don't own or use, you're doing a disservice to the community. I disagree. If you promote affiliate links or you promote anything that you don't use as if you did use it, that's a disservice. But simply providing links? No, that's not a disservice. As long as you're transparent about it. It's promoting me. It's not promoting the item, it's promoting me. Yeah, oh, see, but that's my point though, is that your statement didn't say that. Your statement said if you post affiliate links for things that you don't own, you're a hustler. That's what you said. You didn't say if you post affiliate links to things that aren't, you aren't transparent about. I know that, and I agree with you. See you later, Colin. You have a great day. Um, well, hustler was the wrong word, but what's the word for the snake oil salesman? Is what you meant. Grifter, yeah, grifter is what you meant. Um, but the difference between someone posting affiliate links because that's how they earn their income and someone trying to be a grifter is transparency. That's the difference. So the statement, if you post affiliate links for things that you don't own, you're just a hustler, is a false statement. That's incorrect. But yeah, if they're saying, hey, this thing is great, And well, hey, you should buy this is borderline. I would consider that to be not good. Um, because you know what they're trying to say. Um, they're trying to play CYA, and to me, that's just as bad. But I always make it very clear when I am promoting a link to something that I have not used. I make it very clear I have not used this. I don't own this. But sometimes you find that deal, like I'll every now and then I'll post lightning deals on Amazon, and there's no other way to post it. I mean, the lightning deal's good for another 90 minutes. I can't order it. Even if I could afford it, it wouldn't be here for 3 days. It's going to be gone by the time I get it. So it's like, it's now or never. It's a gamble. You got to take a chance. But the trick is to be transparent. The trick is to make sure you make it very clear to people, I do not have this. You know, I don't own this. It's just a deal that I think might be good. And I think most people are okay with that. I mean, people all the time ask me for my opinion on things that I don't own. And so, of course, the very first words out of my mouth are, well, I don't own this and I've never used it. However, based on what we're seeing, here's what I think. I wonder if it was just the first few layers of the filament. Because now it's printing pretty clean. No, I still see a hole up there. I'll probably have to put it through a dryer. Although with TPU, small little holes like that would be fatal with PLA. But TPU is so strong that those little holes aren't going to affect anything. Just cosmetic. When I print the nose cone, I'm gonna ramp it up to 60 millimeters a second and see how it does. But I think that's what gets a lot of people angry with you. I mean, if that's what you're looking for, okay, that's fine. You know, sometimes I go online looking to start fires. I'm annoyed, I'm pissed, and I'm looking to start a fire. But if you don't intend that, you gotta be careful with making blanket statements that say something different than what you intend. I gotta say, Joel's video with the Lamborghini was pretty damn good. That was pretty cool to see the way Lamborghini chose to respond to the project and interact with them like that. That was pretty cool. Yeah, well, there's vague, and then there's throwing salt in people's eyes and calling them assholes. I mean, you know, I took offense to that because you were basically calling me a sleazy hustler. It's like I work very, very hard to not be a sleazy hustler. the number of the number of deals and arrangements that I've turned down. Okay, so you were replying to the person who was doing the shady shit. That makes sense. No. Okay, that's not really how well, part of that um is that when something you would say to somebody in person, there's a lot more data there. It's like the movie Contact when it had a rum rum rum. That was the carrier signal, but then when they look more carefully, there's a whole bunch more stuff underneath that carrier signal. Well, when you know this. I mean, I know you're an intelligent person, so I know you know this, but when we talk to people, there's a lot of subcarrier data. There's a ton of subcarrier data that most of us aren't even aware of. The way you move, the way you twitch, where your eyeballs are looking when you say something, whether you're sweating or not, whether you're fidgeting, the way you're standing, the way you're holding your hands. There's so many subliminal cues that we give off that we aren't even aware of. That's where grifters and shysters become experts. They become good at hiding those subliminal cues that would normally alert us to, oh yeah, this guy's a scumbag. They become good at hiding that kind of stuff. So when someone says something volatile, but they mean it in a more positive way, or they're directing it or whatever, we can read that. On the internet, we can't. It's just text. And when you combine that with the lack of education, lack of parenting, the hyperpolarization in politics and media, and pushing people toward poverty and extremism, we tend to get these very polarized black and white personalities on the internet. And people, you just go look at Twitter. Sometimes it's a shit fest. Twitter or Reddit. I mean, hey, I got banned from Reddit for saying I want to eat politicians. Yeah, I got banned from Reddit. But it's now, as far as the 230 volts, that's a misconception, because a lot of people don't. Even I don't totally understand it, but I understand that I don't. Fuses and circuit breakers don't work like that. That's not how they work. Most of them work based on load, not voltage. So, you draw too many amps at 90 volts, it blows the fuse. But you draw a normal amount of amps at 220 volts, it doesn't blow the fuse. So no, plugging the fuse, plugging the printer into 220 volt is not going to blow the fuse. Well, it might if something dead shorts. If the 220 volt causes something to melt, and then that melting thing causes a dead short, that might blow the fuse. But it's not the 220 volt that blows the fuse. That's not how fuses work. It's not how circuit breakers work. They work on load. And when you plug into 220, your load isn't any different. So the fuse is not going to blow. Just like the circuit breaker is not going to blow. That's one of the reasons why they have new circuit breakers. They work a little differently. Because, for example, with the typical conventional circuit breakers, hey, Mad Hatter, we're doing pretty good. We got a new printer. For example, your wires could be burning in the walls of your house and your circuit breaker won't blow because the load hasn't gone up. Until the load goes up, the breaker's not going to blow. But yeah, that's a big misconception, and people don't understand the way fuses work and the way things like that work. What's damaging your printer is not the amps, it's the voltage. And the fuse doesn't respond to voltage. That fuse is probably rated for 600 volts. So to the fuse, there's no difference between 110 volts and 220 volts. The fuse is to, if something shorts, because now the load is going to go up. And when the load goes up above the threshold, the fuse pops and hopefully stops it from being a fire. But this creates multiple issues, which is why good braid boards have fuses on the brain board as well. So, for example, you could have a short on the 24 volt rail, that's going to start a fire, but the actual amount of amps that short is drawing is nothing to the 110-volt rail. So it won't pop the fuse, which is why the better quality brain boards have built-in fuses of the brain board. Those fuses are for the 24 or 12-volt rail. Because what will pop a 110-volt fuse or a 24-volt fuse won't pop a 110-volt fuse. So fuses aren't the end-all, be-all, cat's be all of everything. They're very limited. Exactly. And even then, in order to keep your breakers from just going pop, 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 pop with every little glitch, there's a time period involved. So it has to be, well, it depends on the delta of the load and the length of time of the load and how much the load is. So load versus capacity versus time, which is why you can plug a 20 amp device into a 15 amp circuit and not pop the breaker. It takes like 20 or 30 seconds for the breaker to pop, because you have to exceed that load by a certain amount for a certain amount of time before the breaker will finally pop. It's all kinds of things that I barely understand. I understand enough to understand I don't understand. But probably not enough to correctly explain it. I look like a goddamn raccoon. I can see the tore up skin around my eyes. I gotta go find a dumpster. um, hmm. But, like, for example, in theory, to be fully protected, let's say you have 5 volts, 24 volts, and 110 volts. You would need 3 fuses. You would need a fuse for the 110 volt rail, you would need a fuse for the 24 volt rail, and you'd need a fuse for the 5 volt rail. Because a fuse designed for the 24 volt rail won't pop when you have a dead short on the 5 volt rail that's lighting on fire, because it's just not enough amps. It's the 24 volt fuse is not even going to notice it. So that's why you need a different fuse for each rail, based on the amps you expect to draw versus what your safety limit is. You can't just put the smallest fuse on it, because then, the 5 volt fuse is, I'm saying 5 volt, but I mean for the 5 volt system. It'll just pop if your light turns on brighter in your house because of 110 volt. See, it's a little more complicated, yeah. By the way, if you like this kind of stuff, there's 2 channels that are really good to watch that I enjoy watching. Well, 3. You have BigClive.com. He's great. You have Great Scott. He's also awesome. And you have Electro Boom. Those are 3 really good channels. Okay. Well, if the board has a burnt chip, you're done. That board is hosed. You have to replace that board, unless you have another one of those chips and you know how to surface melt solder, which is not as difficult as most people think, but most of us don't have the equipment to do it. You need lots of flux, and you need a heat gun for flow soldering. But usually, if you burn a chip on the board, it's done. That's it. You need a new board. The trick then would be to find out why the board blew. Plugging your printer into a 220 outlet is not going to burn up the power supply. The power supply is designed to handle 220 volts, so it should be okay. I'm now about to say something that's outside of my knowledge scope, so I could be dead wrong on this. But I think some of the cheaper power supplies, the output voltage is relative to the input voltage. So if you plug 220 into a 24 volt printer, it puts out 48 volts, which will fry your mainboard. Most of them will simply not turn on. The good ones like Meanwells are auto sensing, so there's no switch. They just detect, okay, I'm getting 220, I switch to that. I'm getting 110, I switch to that. I wish they would all do that. That's just the right way to do it. But that's why most printers come preset to 220 volts, because it's one way. If you plug a 220 volt printer into a 110 outlet, nothing happens. It's only when you plug a 110 printer into a 220 outlet that bad things could happen, depending on how the power supply is designed. So if the PSU works fine, then you just need a new brain board for the printer. So that's probably going to cost you 30 to 50 bucks, depending on how nice the manufacturer wants to be. Well, if it's under warranty, then they'll replace it for free. But if it was a user error, just tell them and ask them, hey, can you help me out here? You know, my bad, I screwed up. The switch was in the wrong position. Can you help me out? Sometimes they'll send it to you for free. You know, just for the good press, for the good, what do you call it? The good rapport with an end user, you know, the good positive experience, because word of mouth can be powerful. If they're smart, they understand word of mouth is powerful. But yeah, if you plug in 110 into 220, you're not, the power supply is not usually what's going to burn up. It's your brain board that's going to burn up. The brain board is the computer inside the printer, that main thing in there that controls everything. Oh, it is TPU. That's nice and soft. Oh yeah. I do have some layer delamination though. Oh wow, I think I need to print hotter. Oh, that's just the first couple layers. Okay. So this one doesn't like the overhangs. And I think I might print hotter. But yeah, okay. Let's try printing the nose cone. 40 nose. Confirm. the fix-it switch, I love it. What does that mean? 121 IT. Okay, and I love the color. That's a really nice orange. It doesn't show up on camera well. These colors never do. But that's a nice orange. That's a proper orange. Come here. Ooh, that's a really nice orange. But there's the orange. You see all the little holes where the water flashed to steam. So this roll will need to be dried. Well, I doubt 230 went directly to that board. Unless, you know, for some reason the input rail was directly connected to the output rail. That'd be a bad design. I don't like that it's delaminating. Why is it delaminating? Like this, I should not be able to pull this apart. I think 230 was wrong. I think the label's wrong. I think this needs to be printed at 245 like normal TPU. Because this should not be coming apart. Yeah. That was the wrong temperature for TPU. I'm going to leave this run at 245. That's all right. That was a video? I thought it was a picture. I was wondering what the hell that was. I was like, what is this? Hang on. Oh, it's a reel. Okay, so it is a video. I mean, obviously, it's not what they're saying, but it sure sounds like it. Well, no, on the last print, I lowered the temperature. So on this one, I left it alone at 245. This one, I lowered it to 230 since that was the high temp on the roll. But I'm pretty sure that's wrong. 200 to 230 is PLA temperature. So I'm pretty sure they just bad label. So this one, I left it at 245. Although I can see more bubbling for the layer, or a lot more bubbles here. I'm going to increase the flow a little bit. Oh, that's interesting. Mingda, that's something you're going to want to change. Remember when I lowered the flow rate to 95% for the rabbit? It remembered that, and it's been applying that to all my prints. That's not good. Okay, so when somebody changes speed or flow, that needs to reset when you start a new print. That should not stay from print to print. Unless they're printing the same thing. You know, if you have a button that says print again, then I could see keeping that. But yeah, that setting should not remain from print to print. Oh man, that's got a lot of holes. I need to dry this filament. It's just that simple. This needs to be dried. What you're seeing has nothing to do with the printer. TPU absorbs water. And when you have water in the filament, well, you're putting it through a hot end that is 145 degrees hotter than the boiling temperature of water. Yeah, that little molecule of water in the filament flashes to steam. And when it flashes to steam, that's basically a little explosion. And so that's what's happening. The little gaps you're seeing are the little steam explosions blowing the filament out. Wow, that's bad. Sometimes slowing down can help, but not usually. Yeah, it doesn't really help. Steam is steam, and there's not much you can do about that. More hikes? What's that mean? Holes, yeah. I don't think his trial had any holes. Didn't he elect not to even defend himself? Yeah, I know. I figured that's what it was. 1-to-1 IT. With the knowledge you posted, I figured you were in information technology, IT. Wow. Like resin 3D printers or resin in some other field? I mean, I know the curing process is exothermic, but damn, dude. Really? Oh, see, that would scare the hell out of me because I only got one eye. This one don't work. Right through the gloves. Holy shit, dude. What kind of gloves were they? Was it because of the type of gloves or was there a defect? Nice. Well, the eyeball's fine. Okay, so here's the deal. I was born blind, no eyesight. Um, they now this all happened when I was under a year old, so I have no memory of any of this. It took 17 operations, and they were able to fix my right eye. They were not able to fix my left eye. Um, so to put it in layman's terms, the eyeball is fine, the computer is fine, the USB cable's bad. So my optic nerve didn't finish forming for my left eye, and there's nothing they can do to fix that. So were the medical gloves doesn't mean anything. Medical gloves could be anything. Are we talking vinyl? Are we talking latex? Are we talking nitrile? If you think about it, basically my 3D printer had a layer shift when it printed my optic nerve. That's just hilarious to think about it that way. Ow. Oh, interesting. So nitrile should be okay for resin. You just had defective pair. Ouch, that sucks. I mean, it makes sense if it's not safe to drive, but here in the US, losing your license? No, this is TPU. It's wet. It needs to be dried. Matter of fact, I want to grab another roll. See if one of the other rolls is drier. I don't think it is though. I think the other roll is just as wet. I think this roll is going to be just as wet. Wow. Burnt down to the bone? 3D printer resin? Holy shit, dude. Really? Hang on. I gotta go to the bathroom. I can't hold it anymore. Or I just go to the bathroom. My God, dude. That's incredible. Burn, not dissolve. Well, in order to have pain, you have to have nerves. And you have no nerves when you burn that bad.
your nerves get destroyed, which means you're probably going to have permanent nerve damage and no feeling in that hand for the rest of your life. Jesus, man. I hope you got pictures. It's annoying that there doesn't seem to be a way to unlock. Jesus. How is this holding together? Oh, it's still pulling apart. But it is, yeah, it's still pulling apart. So it must just be too many holes from the water. Okay. Oh, you bastard. It went around behind. Yeah, no thanks. You got it, Philip. I hope you get better, man. And I hope you go after that glove manufacturer. Jesus, dude. That's insane. Why can't I get this to go through? Let's see. Extrude. It's feeding. That's not 100 millimeters. Where's it going? Oh, it's escaping. It's escaping. Oh, yeah. It's escaping all over the place. It said, I'm free! Yeah, give TPU a chance and it goes everywhere except where you want. Did it cool down? No, it's still 245. It's also annoying that the Z-axis drops really easily. The filament is stuck. What the hell? Okay. Did it go around back? Like, where is that going? How do I reverse it? I can't go backwards? I think I know what it did, but I need to make it go the other way. It looks like there's no way to make the extruder go backwards. It can only go forward. That's a problem. It looks like it grabbed the top of the filament and ran it out the other side of the wheel. And this goddamn fucking motor keeps going down. Where is my little knife? Oh. So the filament, it went that way. And there's no way to reverse the stepper motor. The stepper motor only goes one way. Which is a boneheaded design decision. Yeah, I got that out of the way. Now, can I shove it through? All I need to do is reverse the motor, but there is no provision to reverse the motor. So you're stuck going one way only. I will have to let them know to make that change in the firmware so that we can go both directions. just won't go in. I gotta cut the filament. Of course, it's TPU, so it's really hard to cut, to break. Think I'm gonna have to take it apart. So the first of all, that's upside down. There we go. Okay, so right there, the I must have when I yanked it out, I must have broke the filament where one of the steam spots was. And when I retracted the filament, so you have your dual drive gear like this, okay? And the filament gets drawn through the drive gear like that. Well, what happened is there's the wedge that the filament goes into. Then you have your dual drive gear like this. Well, when I retracted the filament, when I yanked it out, it must have broken off inside. When it came out of the wedge, it went this way underneath the gear. So here's the two gears, and this is the front. This is the back. This is the front, and it went that way. So when you open it up, this is what you see, because the filament went this way. So second gear, first gear, and you can see that little bit of filament right there, because instead of coming up this way, it went this way. And because the filament is sitting there like that, it's pinched between the wedge and the drive gear. Now I can't push the filament in, because in order to push it in, I would have to tear off this stuck piece that's there. And I have a little knife, but it ain't small enough to cut all that TPU away so that I can push the TPU through. I shouldn't have yanked it out. That's user error. Although this would have been fixed if I could reverse the direction of the stepper. I can make X, Y, and Z go both directions, but for whatever reason, extrude is one way only. There's no way to go backwards for extrude. I wonder, is there a filament load process? I don't see a filament load process. Ooh, what did I just do? I homed, which is fine. There's no option to unload, and there's no option to change filament. So you have an extrude menu, but that extrude has a load, and where unload should be, it just has a stop. which a stop button's nice, especially when you do more than you think. So you see, I can go that way, but that's just pushing the filament further underneath the gear. I need to reverse it and go the other way. See how it only wants to go one way? That's annoying. I don't want to take it apart, but I guess I have to. That's partially inadequate firmware, partially user error. I yanked the filament out and it broke as I was yanking it out. And when it broke, the filament went that way underneath the gear. Although, how the hell did it... It must have just been sitting there broken right on top. And then when I shoved the new filament in and hit the load button, it went under. It went that way. That's a pain. If I could just get it to tear, then I could just shove it through. But it won't tear. It's really insisting on staying there. There's half the filament is still there, so it's so strong. Yes and no. It's not a hardware defect, it's a software defect. We need the ability to reverse the filament path. And they took away the unload button and replaced it with a stop button. So they need to put the unload button back in there. The hardware's fine. This is TPU. TPU does shit like that. But their software, what I'm going to call a flaw, the idiosyncrasy in their software is preventing me from easily fixing it. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to have to. Gots to take it apart. So that's annoying. There it is. Really? Well, the problem is I can't because it's TPU. And TPU is stupidly strong. So it's like this. Let me turn off the spot cam. Okay. So think of so here's your drive gear, and you have a second drive gear right next to it, okay? So imagine the second drive gear here, and when the drive gear turns, the filament comes through this way, right? Okay. Now, down here, you have a wedge. That wedge fits in between the two drive gears. Actually, better way. Come on. File new. It's fine. Okay, so you have your two. Seriously? So you have two drive gears like that. This drive gear is capable of folding down and out of the way. That's the front flap, exposing the filament path. And then in here, you have a wedge shaped like this. And your filament in a properly functioning system. Seriously? Where's the fucking bucket? There it is. What are you doing? Seriously? You just crash? That's how you're going to play this? Why is that particular action? I'm going to keep doing it until it works. I'll sit here for the next 12 fucking hours until that works. Definition of insanity. I don't care. I'm insane. This all looks normal. Why isn't this working? Why does clicking inside of the... I don't understand why that crashes it. Jesus Christ. Why isn't this working anymore? Because you're an asshole. Okay, so this is the inside of the printer. And we are looking at it. This gear folds down. And we're looking at it from any particular reason why you're just not going to work now? You just decided you're not going to work anymore? So we're looking at it from this angle here. Now, what happened is I pulled the filament out. And when I did that, the filament broke right here. And when the filament broke right there, and I then tried to put new filament in, it didn't go in. And I didn't know why it wouldn't go in. So I hit the load button. When I hit the load button, this gear began turning this way in order to drive the filament in. That gear caught this filament and did this. So now this filament is stuck, pinched between the wedge and the gear. And when I try to shove new filament in, it can't push. None of this filament can push forward because it's still attached to this filament here. So it's like if I try to pull this filament this way, but I'm hanging on to it. See? I can't pull it because I'm holding on to it right here. All right? So as long as I'm holding on to this, I can't pull it. Well, that's what I have. The filament went this way, and now it's stuck in there. And if I could make this go this way, I could probably unroll that little bit of filament that's underneath here. But it's just enough that I can't push the filament through unless I could... What am I going to stick a torch in there? I don't know if I want to do that. So what I tried to do is I tried to cut the filament here, but the space is too constrained, and even this little blade wasn't small enough to cut the filament. So I can't push it through because the tail is down. Oh, that's a good idea. Where is my little soldering iron? That's a great idea. I'll have to find my soldering iron. But and of course, I just had it. I did just have it. And now I have no idea where it's at. It's not in there. But yeah, that's a great idea. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get a soldering iron and then just melt the end of it. Theoretically, that might work. But so that's not a mechanical flaw in the printer. That's, I screwed up. I yanked the filament out and broke it. Yeah, well, I'm gonna try the soldering iron first. I got to get this in my dryer because I want to print a rocket with this orange stuff. This is actually not even that heavy. This feels pretty light. Like I could see making a rocket out of this, but I don't know why this delaminates so easily. Why is this pull apart so easily? Hopefully that's just because of the air bubbles. Because I really want to print a rocket in this TPU. Oh wow, the seam broke. The seam gave. That's not good. That shouldn't have been able to do that. That might have been from printing it too cold. Yeah, 230 is definitely too cold for that. So that label is just wrong. You can see how my vase mode parts, how they're built. So yeah. that's how it's able to do vase mode. Can I get any more seams to come apart? Oh yes, I can. This is kind of cool actually. If I can make it do this on purpose, I can make this a nice demo piece to show people how this stuff works. Yeah, that's not coming apart easily. I might intentionally print one with bigger gaps just so I can do that and show people how it comes apart like that. So, not a design flaw in the printer, but a discrepancy in the firmware prevents me from easily fixing it. Because obviously the solution is pretty simple. Reverse this motor, and then the filament will come back out. And then I could pull it out of there and refeed it. Because, TPU, any opening whatsoever, it's going to find it and it's going to take it. TPU is just like that. So I'm going to suggest to them that they put the unload back in there so you can run the extruder both directions. And I'm going to go find the soldering iron and try to melt that out of there. Because if I could just, all I gotta do is break that link. If I could break that link, then I could push it through. Because I'd rather not take. Oh, you mean for the fan? Yes. We already, if you earlier in the stream, we took the whole the shroud off of the extruder assembly, and yeah, there's a wire for the fan. It's got a plug. I don't know if the old one does, but the new one has a plug, so it's good design. So this would have happened on any printer with that same feeder unit. It would have happened on my Sapphires. It would have happened on my Hornet. It would have happened on any printer with that feeder unit. It's TPU. It's what TPU does. But the firmware not letting me go the other way prevents me from fixing it easily. So I'm going to go get the soldering iron. Actually, I got paper clips too. But I'm pretty sure that hex key will fit through the filament path. So what I need is a number 10 hobby knife, much skinnier, to get in there and just cut it. Well, like I said, I caused it. I yanked out the TPU and broke it as it was coming out. Probably where one of the air bubbles was. And now the piece that's left over is stuck there because the motor went the other way. So, yeah, it's annoying. I'm surprised there's no load and unload. Usually load and unload are useless options. It's like it takes so long. It's like, why? Why? Don't even bother. But usually that's separate from the stepper motors. Usually you can make all stepper motors move in both directions. This one, for some reason, you can't. That's weird. So I will contact them and see about getting that firmware fixed to include that feature. And there's nothing they can do mechanically to stop that from happening. It's just TPU. It's one of the reasons why people pull their hair out with TPU. So I gotta dig out my dryer. It's actually right there. So I'm gonna get out my Sunlu dryer and start drying that filament. It's gonna take a while. And go from there. So that's it. I'm gonna call it. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So we've been going for almost 6 hours. So I will see you guys next week. Thank you again to all my patrons who are supporting me. Don't forget, check out my affiliate links down below. Keep in mind, the affiliate link for this printer is the old version. It's the Magician X. Pretty good deal, though. But the new X2 is not on Amazon yet. I wish they would have told me it wasn't on Amazon yet. I would have waited until it was available on Amazon. And I would have held off unboxing it until then. Now I'm going to begin the process of reviewing it. That's going to take a couple of months. So I'm going to abuse the living hell out of it. I'm going to dry this roll of filament. I'm going to get a rocket print and stuff. This is lighter than I thought it would be. I didn't think that. I thought this would be a lot heavier. I'm going to have to weigh like a regular part and see what the density difference is. This feels lighter than normal TPU. Go from there. Hopefully I'll have a Sunday video on this printer. You have a link for the X2? What's the number? I went to the Mingda store and it didn't show up. It was not there earlier today. Did they change it? Oh, there it is. That was not there earlier. They just added it. That was definitely not there earlier. Oh, they have both listed. I see. Okay. No, this says both are $349. This is different. They're changing something. They're doing something. Okay, good. I can fix that. And don't forget that 350, that 350 price is a fictional price. Even that's actually not a bad deal, but it's a $70 coupon. That's just something that a lot of vendors do. If they got rid of the coupon, they would change the price to $279, or they raise the price to $349 and then create a $70 coupon. It's still $279. It's just something they do. Apparently, it works on Amazon and it gets more click-throughs on Amazon. But just realize it's $280, which is not bad for the feature set that it has. Remember, this problem is a TPU issue. That's nothing wrong with the printer. That would have happened to any of my printers with the same feeder unit. So I just gotta get rid of that little strand of filament, and then I'll be able to push it through. Oh, this is why I hate TPU. It's such a pain in the ass. I gotta find my Flexion extruder. See if I can get, maybe I can install a Flexion on it. Remember that? I still have that somewhere. It's on my Duplicator i3v2. But it's surprised they never kept going, the Flexion. I guess they're out of business now, but it's too bad. It was a nice extruder. Well, feeder. But all right. I will see you guys later. I'll see you next week. Don't forget to check out my links. If you go to any of those sites, remember, I earn a commission when you use those affiliate links. Or you can send me a PayPal or join my Patreon. And remember, any of these models that I make for sale, my patrons get for free. In the future, I'm probably going to have tiers where you have to pay a certain amount a month to get the items. But all of my OG Patreons, I don't care if you've only been giving me $1 a month. All of my original Patreons, they get everything for free. So I will see you guys later, and I'll see you next week.